We're going to get started real soon, animal category. We've got a few categories or a few rooms that have run over and some finals judging that's happening, so we are getting close. He's left. These people, honestly. We've got jobs to do. You don't leave. Just makes everyone's life harder. That's okay. Okay, welcome to the 2026 NZIPP Iris Awards. We are in room 1 for the animal category. I want to say a huge thank you to the sponsor of the Iris Awards, Canon, and we're going to play them a little video, which I'm just going to show Hayley how to do it. Hang on a tick. Watch. Thank you, Canon, and welcome to the animal category. The animal category this year is sponsored by Rahira Creative, and we don't have a video for that, but thank you very, very much for the sponsorship. My name is Olivia Wakefield, and we are on, and I have got the lovely Hayley Harkness here next to me as my assistant. I'm going to read you the category description for the animal category, and then we will play the image run through. So the animal category is 4 photographs that capture the essence, personality, and unique character of real pets, domesticated animals, captive animals, and wildlife. Entries may feature animals in either studio or environmental settings that help tell the story of the subject. The primary focus should be on the individuality and presence of the animal conveyed through their gaze, body language, or interactions with their surroundings. This category celebrates the individuality of animals, capturing moments that reveal their unique personality and story. While creative compositions and backgrounds are encouraged, the animal must remain the central focus of the image. This category is exclusive to photographs of animals. Humans or parts of humans are not eligible. Eligible subjects. The image must feature one or more pets, domesticated animals, captive animals, or wildlife as the primary subject. No human presence or parts of a human are allowed in the image. This category allows the images of wildlife that have been wildlife photographed outside of their natural environment, such as in a studio or against a physical backdrop, or images of wildlife that have been composited elements to help enhance the story. Images of wildlife in their natural environment may be better suited to the nature category. While images of deceased animals are permitted in this category, images of taxidermy or stuffed animals will not be accepted. This is a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI generated elements are used. Okay, are we ready to go? We've got the list of judges on display now, and we're going to play the run through. Judges, just note down any images that come up that you need to be excluded for and let us know at the end. Let's go. Okay, that brings us to the end of the run-through. Judges, have we got any exclusions? No? Okay, I'm going to welcome up our panel to start. We have got Katie Collenberg, Jackie Rankin, Emma Steele, Chris Anderson and Richard Wood, please. If you can jump up and log in. Okay, we'll just give everyone a chance to log in, and hopefully the print handlers are, oh yeah, I can see them putting their gloves on. They're getting ready. Everyone okay? Okay, can we have the first print, please? Okay, we have a score here of 73. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Jackie.
It's a really cheeky look at the start of this this dog series or whatever we're going to have. But really, what I wanted to say was that the vignette around the edges just pulls the eye out of the frame a little bit more, and just get a little bit more directional in that light. And I think you'll bang it into the next scoring range.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score here of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, for the photographer? Thank you, Chris.
Congrats on your bronze. I think there's a good amount of sharpness in the fur here, which is really nice and helps to really bring the reality of this animal to us. One thing to look at, this image feels a little cold, and I think if you warmed it, some of the beautiful warm tones in the fur are going to come out even more and make it more engaging and make us fall in love with it more. So that would help to elevate it.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score here of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Katie.
Congratulations, this is a really sweet image, beautiful colour and composition. Just watch the cast of the colour when you use strong colours like that. Sometimes they can throw a cast, and I can see that through the bottom of his mouth and the fur around his mouth, and it's just a little distracting, so just watch that.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score here of 79, which is a bronze award. However, I've got two people. Did you want to challenge it, Katie? Because we'll go to review anyway. So, yeah, if you'd like to challenge, go for it. You were the highest, yes.
Oh, I mean, this is adorable. Also, I feel like a high degree of difficulty. Like, I mean, was the piano just making a continuous sound? I imagine when the puppies were first put down, that would have been quite distracting. So I really respect that degree of difficulty. I think this has been very beautifully composed, beautifully treated. Just the beautiful tones of the wood and the placement. Everything just looks quite perfect. And as you look more closely, you can't really fault it. So, and obviously, tying it all in with the lullaby music at the top. So I've scored at 83. I think it's very well deserving of a silver.
Thank you. Richard, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, it is a lovely image. There were just a few things that were pulling me back from going higher. I was at 76 bronze. The pup on the stool, second to left, it could do with a little bit of adjustment to get it. He's the only one that doesn't have any light on his face. They are all asleep, so I think it could be something that could have been achieved. We do get driven up to the sheet music sitting on the top of the piano, which is very, very bright in comparison to everything else. And I'm not so sure we need to title or use the words in the image. You know, the image should speak for itself. And just finally, I really wish that the lines of the stool and the piano were completely parallel to the crop of the image and straight rather than on that angle.
Thank you, Richard. Does anyone else have something new to add? Okay, we're going to go back to you, Katie, for right of reply.
Okay, there were some things that I did not notice those things, which means that even though I think I have a very picky eye, the fact that I didn't notice them means they're not that obvious. And I don't really like to drag an image down for small technical faults, but I feel as though if maybe there was more space around the image, particularly at the top, that I would have scored it higher. I probably would have come up into silver distinction. So I think we've got to be careful that we're not deducting too many points for tiny imperfections. And the little puppy that's facing away, to me, they look like a slightly different colour from the rest. So maybe it's like a good case of the odd one out, which is kind of a sweet little extra to have in the image. So just a couple of points. Let's bring it up into a silver.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap one judge over because Russell's decided to arrive. So took himself off to the food court. Chris, you can hop off now. Thank you for stepping in. And Russell, if you can jump on. You looked like you came back in a panic, like you put in some effort to get back here under pace. Are you all good? Perfect. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score here of 82, a silver award. And I've got Katie challenging. Yeah, go for it. You're the highest. You are the highest. Go for it. Don't touch the microphone.
I swear to God, I did not touch it. I don't know why I sat in this chair again. This is extraordinary. I absolutely love the relationship of the shapes of this. Is it a grasshopper? I think it's a grasshopper, and the reed or wheat or whatever that is too. Look, I don't know what they are, but they're stunning together. They look like they're the opposite of each other. The tones, the green and the gold orangey tones are just so beautiful. This has been expertly put together, perfect symmetry, perfect alignment, exactly the right amount of space. And I think the thing that actually impresses me the most is the fact that even at that scale, which is quite brave, you can see everything that you need to see. You know, it's a macro photo, but it's not really a macro photo. And I just love the art of it. So I've scored it 88, and I think it really deserves more than just a silver. So let's bring it up and reward it for its impact and originality.
Thank you, Katie. Richard, I'm coming to you again, down at the other end.
Yeah, I gave this a 77, so a higher bronze, for all those reasons, Katie, that you've just spoken about. Might not be a grasshopper, it could be a katydid. But I'm more than willing to listen to what everyone else has got to say.
Yes, Russell, you're next.
Yeah, I scored at 82, but I'm in support of Katie. Just to add to what everything she said, which is true, I just love the dangling antenna, which takes us away from the direction of everything else. So, as a lovely graphic tonality, the same as the plant that it's sitting on, I just think that's a really well seen addition to the simplest of constructions, which, you know, sometimes simple things can get past us. So I'm happy to lift my score to where you are, Katie.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything new to add, judges? Otherwise, I'm going back to Katie for right of reply. Take it away.
Oh, jeez. Okay, gave me an electric shock this time. Yeah, look, there's harmony. It's like a song. It's got so many different shapes. You know, the pointy top, the pointy leg, and then this beautiful droopy antenna. And then the straight line, and it's just so many different shapes that really could be quite busy and competing against each other, but they sing together in harmony. It's really glorious, and to be placed on a completely purely black background is a brave, very graphic choice, and I just think it's winning. So I can't bring my score up. I'm at 88. Come up with me, please.
Thank you, judges. Can you please rescore? And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score here of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Emma.
Congratulations. This is a really interesting image. The writing is very small, so it's quite hard to read everything, and I'm sure there's more to it if we had more time with it. But each image is beautifully composed and photographed, and a high skill level there, and the wee dog at the bottom showing the complete with the beads is beautiful. I'm not sure I fully got the whole story, more about its character, but yeah, well done for your silver distinction.
Oh, that microphone. Thank you, Emma. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. Two more scores. And we have a score of 84, a silver award, and I've got a challenge straight away from Jackie. Take it away.
I scored 87. I think it's deserved of going to that range because of the multiple ways of being able to appreciate this photograph. The treasure that's been found in the snow, photographed in a high key way that almost now animates this dead bird into something that's walking up and walking through the landscape. But it's almost like I can feel figure, I can feel movement, and when I went to that level, I went into silver distinction. Can you see? I'm not going to say faces and things like that, but I can certainly feel body and a sense of otherworldliness to this. And I think it's quite deliberate, and that's where it's in deliberate pushing me into silver distinction.
Thank you, Jackie. Richard, you're down a couple of points below. Can we hear from you, please?
You make me sound mean, but I'm still in silver. I'm at 81. I won't talk about the lack of catch lights in the eyes. But I'm loving. I think it's a really detailed study, and I might be the lowest scoring by 1 point, but I really appreciate the detail and the beauty of something that's decaying. Yeah, that's all I've got.
That's all good. Thank you, Richard. Does anyone else want to add something? Russell, yeah, go for it.
I didn't see what you saw, Jack, but you get longer to look at things. I quite enjoy, obviously, the energy of downwardness from death. So could it been presented looking down on it or whatever, but just the feeling of death drooping and everything not working the way it used to. And the details are quite exquisite, and the treatment's quite exquisite as well. So I enjoy it. Possibly I went a little bit light at 82, but I don't lift it into the realms that you do, Jack, for the reasons that you saw it there. That's all. I need a bit of convincing on that one.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Anything new? Otherwise, I'm giving the mic back to Jackie. Take it away.
Yeah, well, it's that otherworldliness that took me there, and it's the tension in the details. That's all we've been delivered, is what's in those highlights. And there's almost, we talked of death coming down, but in that top part, there's a kind of a sense of the spirit of this bird being released and becoming some sort of ghoulish or an arms waving. I thought it transcended that communication, that sense of communication, into something else at 87.
Thank you, Jackie. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have remained on 84, a silver award. Congratulations. can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score here of 83, a silver award. And Richard's going to challenge it. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm at a firm silver distinction at 88. Quite often as photographers we look to put a subject on a third or to the side, leave some space for where they're looking, etc., etc. But when we want to demonstrate ownership of a space, we place our subjects right in the centre. And that's telling us that this animal belongs to this land. He owns this land, he's in charge of this land, he lives this land, he's right in the centre. Even those two mountains slope down with those diagonal lines and point to this dog who is the hero of this environment. And I love that. And his home is far in the distance of the background. It just shows us the space that this dog is involved in. And not only that, it's an incredibly beautifully handled image. The colours, the muted colours, in love with it. I think a silver is a bit cruel for this beautiful landscape.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Jackie, can we hear from you, please?
Not so far away at 81, and listening very much so. He certainly does. It's about the dog still in the landscape. It's not the landscape with the dog. It's certainly commanding, and I'm going to take that all on board. There's a little bit of darkness on the right-hand side that's a little bit heavy. That's it. A little bit of darkness on the bottom, a little bit mushy, but I can look past that. Yeah, feeling for it. Okay, I'm going to come up. Hiya.
Thank you, Jackie. Anyone else got anything new to add? Okay, Richard, back to you, please.
It's not just the dog, he's the king of the castle, he's the king of this property. And also just want to point out something I missed is look how the slope of that mountain on the right hand side comes down towards the centre and actually runs down the nose, the back and the back leg of that dog. So they're all one environment, they're all one thing. It's very clever. Please come up.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, can you please rescore? Okay, we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Well done. Congratulations. Yeah, sweet. Sorry, team, we've just got a whole lot of logistic things happening. Okay, cool. Excellent. Can we have the next print, please? It always gets a bit tricky when you have multiple categories on the same day. And we've got so many amazing judges, and they're needed everywhere. So we had a fleeting moment of panic thinking we weren't going to have what we needed. But Shah was here to stand in if we needed her. And now we're sorted. Okay. One more score to come through, and we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. However, yes, I've got Emma and Richard are actually both up in silver. Emma, you can challenge as the highest scorer.
Yeah, I've scored this 84. I'm rewarding it really for the beautiful colours and the leaves and the dog and its stance, and I mean that waterfall alone, getting that beautiful softness in the water, and yet the dog is super sharp. I'm assuming the dog is standing really still for a really long time, which there's definitely a skill in that. And the composition and just the waterfall framing the dog, either sides of it. Yeah, I definitely think it's worth the silver. Yeah.
Thank you, Emma. I would like to come now to Russell. You're down on 76. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I squeaked into the bronze for elements of placement, etc. But there's a lot for the eye to do here, and I sort of look for a hero, and the hero is competing with many different elements, and the depth of field is a bit concerning for me as well. So, yeah, I for some of the professional ways it's been handled, I credited it in bronze, but I couldn't lift it into silver.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got Richard? Did you want to add something? Go for it.
There's a lot of detail. Yeah, there's lots to look at if you want to study it. But you know, it's all dark colours and red and orange. You know, beautiful speckles of leaves everywhere. But to me, that dog's standing out right in the centre, a completely different palette. And yeah, your eye goes straight to the centre. I mean, it might run down that beautifully controlled waterfall first and then come up through the tail, which replicates that velvety sort of streaks. You know, the fur just replicates along that tail, that waterfall. And you land on its, you know, this pup's face. I think it's, you know, I've scored it at 82. Happy with that. I think it should come up a bit. It's more than a bronze, I think.
Thank you, Richard. Anything else, judges? Okay, Emma, I'm going to hand it back to you. Right of reply.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it's definitely worth the silver. The skill involved in this, and it's obviously a quite skilled pet photographer. They know how to pose the dog. They've got the dog's attention. They've framed it beautifully with that waterfall. Your eye goes to the dog. It's the hero of the image, and it's in a beautiful surrounding. Yeah, the depth of field, I didn't quite. That didn't bother me in there. I just thought it pulled your eye back to the dog. So yeah, come up, guys. It's definitely a silver.
Thank you, Emma. Judges, can you please rescore? Okay, we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a blank screen, please, print handlers? I'm just going to do one judge swap. Emma, can you hop off, please? Thank you. Your hand in the lolly bowl. Goodness me. And Joe, holding the lolly bowl. Can you hop on, please? Okay, we'll just give Joe a moment. All good? Can we have the next print, please? Those of you on the live stream, the silence is the judges going up to the front of the room and all having a look at the print under some beautiful lights, and then they come back to their computers to enter in their scores. Okay, one more score to come in. And we have a score of 81, a silver award, and Jackie's challenging that.
I scored at 86. I think it's a crowning glory. The tui on top of this, the vegetation that is enwrapping its tail, it feels like it's become one with this with its environment. The tuft under its neck being echoed by a bit of white flower or something just down the bottom. There's nothing out of place here, and there's also that sense of wind that's blowing up the feathers, and the gesture. The looking into the right hand side of the frame, the shapes of the leaves. Oh, I thought it was really a distinction in silver.
Thank you, Jackie. Richard, I'm coming back down to you, down the other end.
77 firm bronze. I love the bird's pose. He's king of the castle. What threw me was my eye kept darting to the unresolved dark areas between the eye and the beak. It seems to be, what's the word for it, muted, like it just feels quite unresolved to me. And I feel the image, these birds have such a striking colour to them, but I feel like the whole print has been quite muted in saturation, so I'm just questioning that.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, is there anything else to add? Sorry, Jackie, I'm not rushing you, I promise. Okay. Oh, yes, sorry, go Katie, take it.
Yeah, just quickly, I wanted to score this so much higher. I've given it 83, which is, still solid, but I feel like the plant is kind of overpowering the bird a little bit, and yet I can see all of the things that you're talking about, this sense of the wind and the beautiful colour and everything, but I just, that plant feels like the hero, and I don't want that to be the case, so that's what's stopping me from coming up any higher. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Back to you, Jackie, please.
Great. No, I'll take all those comments on board. Yeah, I like that energy of the plant. The blacks, they are a little bit velvety. And velvet is a texture, for me, velvety black, that absorbs the light and it's taken it away, but it didn't take away from the gesture of those feathers and the eye, the capture of the eye, and it got me at silver distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Great discussion. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. And yes, Russell, saw your hand. Russell is going to challenge that.
Well, obviously we all like it. I think, just that top eye is so powerful, and the catchlight from the brolly lighting it as circular right in the iris of the eye. So, and all those repeating circles in that eye, just really, 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 really powerful. And you get up there and it's just like, wham, look at me. And then also the reflection of the light source off all the pearls just gives it a nice little kick and separation against the body. And then the choice of colour in the background is quite different, really. So we've got a little girly thing going on here, but the different coloured eyes and the character of the dog, the tilt of the head, the graphic of it, just the chin and the nose, just breaking that horizon of the neck. I think it all just adds up to a little bit of a dynamic that's still but quite lovely.
Thank you, Russ. Joe, can we hear from you, please?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not miles off. I'm on 80. For me, the treatment of that top eye, it just looks really unnatural to me. It feels like a glass eye almost. So I found that quite hard to resolve. And also there's quite a bit of sort of pink coming through in the fur from the background, which I also found quite distracting. but it is a gorgeous little quizzical expression. Yeah, there's lots to love, but just the treatment of the eye, it takes it out of reality for me.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else want to add some comment? It's you, Russ. You're back to you. But down in the microphone with the microphone on would be really good.
The difference of the eye, the difference of the eye might suggest that it's been treated in a particular way, but I think it's the difference that perhaps is beguiling you a little bit there. It's not necessarily been treated any differently to anything else in the animal, I don't believe. It's just the fact that it's a cold colour surrounded by warmth and that steeliness of it. And I think the catchlight position in the eyeball is perfect as well, just to replicate that circularity there. I think it's very cleverly done, and we're already solidly in a silver, so every point counts. I think it just deserves a little bit more than it's got.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, can you please rescore? And we've gone up 1 point to 84, a silver award. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Russell.
I feel cropping might have helped this shot a little bit more. It's just got a lot of space around it that is taking us away from the togetherness of the animals, and that sort of series of eyes would have been way more powerful if we'd just drawn in our spaces around those faces and just got to consider those, really. Love the arrangement, but it just would have been more powerful with a little less space around it, I think.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 83, a silver award. And you want to challenge it, Russell? Yeah, go for it.
Well, firstly, just sitting back here, it's just a beautiful graphic, and the intensity of the colour, and just as a still life, it's wonderful. And then diverging out of that in a different direction is the green of the praying mantis or whatever it is. And then, you get in there and there's the delight of near doom, so impending doom. And so it's a stare out. But even the little guy is saying, yeah, well, come and get it. So I think there's a little story right there between the two insects, let alone the beautiful sort of graphic that it is just back here. So I awarded the imagination of the photographer and the beauty of the presentation.
Thank you, Russ. Joe and Jackie, you're down the other end, both on the same. Jackie, would you like to jump in? Thank you.
Joe, it's got at 78. So listening, there's a lot of real estate here that is just black. And when I see black, I go, well, there's so much potential in the black. Yet, has the black helped to with any of this communication beyond graphics? And then the brightest part of the image being the little white spider, perhaps. And I don't understand why there'd be a relationship between these two sitting on this beautiful sculptured flower. So there were some parts of my mind wasn't bringing so much of a believable narrative, and and emotionally I'm quite cold with it. On the cusp.
Thank you, Jackie. Have we got anything else to add, team? All right, Russ, back to you.
Jackie's body language says it all. It's beautiful. no, this Jackie, not that Jackie. Oh, well, look, I enjoy it for what it is. It's got a little bit of whimsy attached to it. We have seen another image with a lot of real estate that was black, and we enjoyed it for that. I think the same reasons it's enhanced this image as well. We're not distracted by anything but what's in the image. And, these sorts of insects can land on things like this, and those stare-outs can happen. Who knows? For me, I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, can you please rescore? And we've remained on 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Jackie. Oh, we just had the tech team coming to. Can you jump on? Oh, can someone else comment? Just someone came to fix Jackie's mic and now it's not working. So that did not fix it. Yeah, Russ, do you mind? Thank you.
Well done to the photographer. The tonality of the image is, the background to the dog is sympathetic to the colour of the dog, which is quite nice. And the sensation of speed with the disappearance of the back legs. At first I was sort of disturbed a little bit by that. It's like a two-legged dog, but it's going so fast, and the last point of drive is from the back legs. So they're just going super, super fast. So well done. I enjoyed it. It's a whimsical image and well presented.
Thanks so much for stepping in, Russ. We've just called the tech team to get the microphone sorted. Print handlers, can we have a blank screen, please? Because I am going to swap a couple of judges over. Thank you, Katie, and thank you, Jackie. There's no reason for you jumping on. It's not because your mic's not working. We're like, oh, we'll get rid of you. And Steve and Amber, can we have you on, please? And we will. Oh, there's a light on the mic now. That's a good sign. How'd that happen? So, Steve, if you push it, can you just see if the mic works once you've...
Testing, 1, 2.
Oh, look at that. We're working. Okay. Just by presence. It's because Chris arrived. Chris came running in and it was like, oh, I've got to work. Okay. Are we all good, team? Print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Okay. Scores are coming through now. And we have a score, an initial score of 96, a gold with distinction. Congratulations. We're going to have a chat about this. Steve, you're the highest scorer, so you can start.
I still scored this 99. It is just unbelievable. Every attention to detail, the whiskers are framed perfectly, the cat's going in one frame, out the other, chasing the bird through it. I thought, how can you make it engaging over 24 different images, 24 circles of the same animal? The author has done this. There's cheekiness, there's anger, there's frustration, there's playfulness, there's everything you can imagine, including a completely blank frame where the cat has disappeared after the bird. The illustrations are elegant, the palette is perfectly managed, the cat's eyes are just engaged all the way through. I can't fault it. I took one off because I thought somebody maybe I should have just said 100. It's like, it's just unbelievable. So there, we're all there.
Thank you, Steve. Russell, can we hear from...
Aren't I the lowest?
No,
No.
you're not. So you can sit back.
I'm the tight ass at 92. And, really the chance of repetition or the risk of repetition with that many personalities in there is a risk, but it's not. Everything is unique. Every expression's unique. So I'll lift my score.
Thank you, Russ. Joe, you can have a turn. And then Richard, if you want to.
Yeah, I think I need to grow some balls at 94. How has the photographer made that tail look like it's a fur sitting on that cardboard? I want to touch it so badly. It is so 3D. I don't know if I've ever seen a print that's so 3D. It's amazing. Well done. I'll be lifting my score.
Thank you, Joe. Richard first and then Amber.
Yeah, I got excited coming in, scoring at 96, thinking I was going to get to talk about it first. As you just said, the 3D elements are just incredible. It actually looks like we're looking at something real here, even from back here, the way it's worked. For me, it personifies a really famous cat, but in a real life way. His name's Garfield, and this cat is so grumpy the whole way through. That bird is peeving him off. Everyone said it already, but let's bring this up.
Thank you, Richard. Amber, that microphone. You have a turn.
Joe, you said you need to grow some balls, but I feel like pussies are actually stronger than balls, at the risk of getting kicked out.
Amber Griffin. Oh.
I adore this, and I was definitely a pussy at 97. I just love the way the illustrations, which could have been tacky, actually kind of perfectly elevate this print. I'm so happy to see this in print. Right, how high are we going to go, Steve?
Thank you, Amber. Back to you, Steve, for your right of reply.
So no one has said anything negative about this at all. It is perfect. The entrance of the cat coming in from the top and exiting out the bottom, and when you lift up the print and just seeing that cat that's walked out of the circle all together, it's creativity, it's a masterpiece. I can't go up to 100. I hope that you guys can.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, please rescore. And Steve, just pop your score back in again, please. Thank you. And we have a score of 99, a gold with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Alrighty, we have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction. However, Steve is in the gold range, so it is all yours. Take it away.
I scored this 92. The intensity of its gaze and the sharpness of its eyes typify what you think of it. This owl is just perfectly still, but it feels like they've noticed the photographer and they're just giving you the full attention. But the gaze is just the starting point. The bokeh and the treatment, it is so painterly. I feel like it is. I don't even know how they've managed to get such a beautiful palette right through the image. The the highlight, the rim light around its head and its body just brings it out from the background enough. But I feel like he's one with nature. I love the texture of the branch he's sitting on and the feathers. I think it's just a beautiful portrait of this bird.
Thank you, Steve. Amber, I'm going to come to you next, please.
I normally love big prints. Like the bigger the better with prints, but for some reason I feel like this is printed maybe a little bit too big. I gave this image an 82, and I'm sure I can be talked up, but I'm not sure I can get to gold. I find the catchlights in the bird's eyes to be sort of like an uncomfortable contrast to the rest of what we see in the background. And I just really question the paper choice. I love the painterly feel of it, but I feel like the paper choice in this image doesn't really do it justice.
Thank you, Amber. Russell, would you like to speak? Just sit down and turn your mic. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Just a reminder.
Yeah. I feel the paper choice is fine. It gives that comment that Steve made about the painterly effect. It aids and abets that, I think. I particularly enjoy that flare of light in the background as well. If that wasn't there, this whole thing would have been a bit bland. And the catchlight in the eyes is actually the opening in the canopy of the trees in front of it. So I find that quite natural as well. So the balance of that beautiful sort of source of energy in the back top left and balanced by the backlight on the bottom right of the bird, the choice of the paper. I mean, I scored at 88 and I think I'll be joining Steve.
Thank you. Whose hand was that? Richard's? Yeah, go for it.
Look, I'm at 87, and Steve, I can see how you could go to gold, but there's a couple of conflicts for me. Everything you've said, I really enjoy. I really want the bright area of this image to be the bird's eyes. This whole image is around that glare, but unfortunately, it's not. There's brighter areas elsewhere that do drag you away. So for that reason, I'm still at 87. So.
Thank you, Richard. I think we've covered everyone now, yeah? Okay. Back to you, Steve, for right of reply.
Yeah, thanks for your support, Russell. I think that highlight through the back really lifts the bird out, sets the environment, and the catchlights, I thought it was the moonlight coming through the canopy as well, and reflected on its beak. I think the beak is the danger of the animal. I think it's important to keep that identifiable and to help it stand out from the face, and it's still really pinpoint sharp. So that's where the action happens, the eyes, the beak, and then everything else is just beautiful and smooth and lush. I adore this. I really hope we can squeeze a couple of points, join Russell and I up in gold for it.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 89, which puts it into review. So I'm just going to push the magic button, and then you'll be able to score 89 or 90 for our final score. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction. And Steve, you're in the gold range, so take it away, my friend.
Just got that gold sort of feeling about everything at the moment. I've put in 91. Honestly, the more I engaged with this, the more it gave me. And as I sat with it up there and tried to fault it, it was really hard. The dog is fully, a lovely character, been saturated, perfectly still, while there's been a slow shutter speed to catch the movement of the water. Very clever. And then the wave just breaking around its head and that patch of clear water behind its head just pulling you down onto the dog firmly ensconced on that rock. Beautiful horizon, lovely light in the sky. To get the movement in the water and the stillness of the dog in the one shot, I think is really skillful. And the palette of that low light and the warmth of it just, I think, really added to the warmth of the subject.
Thank you, Steve. Joe, would you like to speak to this?
I really agree with you, Steve. I gave it an 85 because I thought that the photographer showed such skill in getting both the stillness of the dog and the slow motion of the waves. And I love the palette. I love the pano crop. The paper choice is gorgeous. What let it down for me is the crispness of the rocks and the horizon line. They just keep drawing my eye away from the dog. I feel like I go to the dog and then I'm brought out to these rocks because they're so sharp and they're a similar palette to the dog. So I am listening. I'm not sure you're going to get me to gold, but you might be able to nudge me up a couple more points.
Thank you. Yes, Russell, would you like to speak? Go for it.
I agree with everything that Steve said. I only scored at 86, but I'm going to lift my score. Joe, I mean, everything that's still is going to be still. So the cleverness, I think in the category that we're judging in, this is a very well carried out image. The dog's head in the horizon is just perfect. Everything that Steve said. So the rocks are going to be sharp. Everything that's still is going to be sharp because it's still. So I'll be lifting my score to 91.
Thank you, Russ. Anyone else want to add anything? Yep, go, Richard.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add, just the paper choice is fantastic. You know, the glassiness of the ocean and that time of the day, and that I don't know what the paper is, but it's beautiful and it matches. Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, Steve, back to you for a right of reply.
Thank you, Russell and Richard and everybody, really, because I didn't really hear much in the way of negatives. The only questions were the sharpness of the rocks. You felt they were distracting, but I feel they are giving the sense of place. You know, those rocks are sharp. That is the location, and it is perfectly caught. I felt the horizon just falls off nice and smoothly. You can see the waves are soft, and it doesn't distract me at all. It's well managed. The dog is framed underneath it. I think it's all positive, and I think we're all there, really. So, yeah, I'll stop.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? How are we all going, judges? Are we okay? Good? Yeah? Okay, sweet. Okay, judges. We have a score of 84, a silver award. And Richard's going to challenge that. Go for it.
Yeah, I'm on silver distinction with 88, but guys, we only need to come up by 1 point. The palette here is just mind-blowing. If you have a close look at that fur, those deep, deep blacks are just bringing through that pure quality of this dog, which is the gold. It's just so impactful. It's so simple, but so impactful in terms of its palette. And I think we can come up 1 point, if you will.
Thank you, Richard. Amber, you're looking at me because you want to talk, or who's the lowest? Russell.
Bit stingy this time, 79, but the top of that range. I just felt, at first I wanted to feel the dog was in a precarious sort of scenario, which it sort of is, and the stance of the front legs is a little bit disturbing, takes away a little bit of the strength of the possible sort of pose. So at the bottom of the frame a little bit more, so there was more height, or at the top of the frame, so it was more bottom, sort of, could fall or something like that. I don't know. But other than that, it's a majestic study of the dog, which I enjoy very, very much. And the colour difference, I mean, it's a very, very simple, powerful shot. So a bit stingy. I'll definitely give you the 1 point you need, mate.
Thanks, Russ. Steve, and then Amber. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm strongly in support of this with Richard. I'm on 88 as well. I just felt like the juxtaposition of the textures, the harsh black, edgy, pointed coal face, and the softness of the dog being ensconced in that area. I've said ensconced twice. I'm not allowed to. I won't say it again. I just find that's really captivating. It's a beautiful portrait. Definitely silver D.
Thanks, Steve. Amber, your turn.
From a distance, I was really captivated by this image. I love the simplicity of it. But I gave this an 83, and what held me down in silver was just the real blockiness of that foreground. I find it really distracting, and I don't know, if you could speak to that, please, Richard, then maybe I could join you in SD.
Thank you, Amber. I think we're going back to you now, Richard. Take it away.
You're not supposed to be looking at the foreground, so it's all black. Don't look at the foreground, look what's in the middle. I don't think, that's what happens with black when it starts to fall out of focus. It's just the nature of things. And, we could look at maybe using a different aperture to try and get more of that sharpness to stop it blocking up in focus. But I suspect we're using a longer lens here, and it just wouldn't have been possible. In terms of Russell, placing the dog maybe more at the bottom or more at the top, we're just going to create negative space there, and we don't need negative space for this image. I think he's perfect right there in the middle. You've got all that black space, and you get drawn in right to the centre where all the sweet stuff is. Please come up a point. Thank you. Maybe more.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. Wee. Okay, we've just got a little technical issue here, so we're just going to get. Oh, yeah, we might just need to get on this. Oh, could you do it now? Yeah, perfect. Okay. I don't know if that was my whirly gig or whatever you did. Okay, we've got a score here now of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Oh, you want to challenge? Yeah, go, Steve. Steve's going to challenge this one. Thank you.
I scored this in 88. I think the reasons that I wanted to take it up is I find it really captivating. I just find that the halo effect of that repeated symbol around the top of the dog sort of beatifies it. I don't know if what exact breed it is. I'm not great with dog breeds, but maybe it's a Saint something or other. But I just find, and the little story in those stamps of, it's sort of like an old-fashioned fair playground scenario out with the dog. I just think it adds to the story of this dog being a part of more of a formal, regal family. I find the palette really appealing. It's muted, but it works well with the dog. I love the catch lights in its eyes and just on its nose, showing it's super healthy and happy. I feel like it's a silver distinction, but I really want to hear what you guys say.
Thank you, Steve. Joe and Russ, you're down the other end. Can I hear from one of you, please? Thank you, Russell.
I scored at 78. I found the whole palette a little bit underwhelming, really. I realised the attempt at it, and so I looked at it a long time. The scene on the plates in the background is, I think it's a little lady sitting at a table at a cafe sort of thing, so it kind of it made me think of the dog as being a little lady as well, sort of thing. So I kind of liked that. That was all good. But just somehow or other, the whole thing just doesn't sort of wow me, really. There's lots of detail and all of that, and so I've rewarded it for that. But as a creation and a presentation, to me, it hasn't quite hit me as strongly as it has you, Steve.
Thank you, Russ. Have we got any more comments? Amber?
I'm very much in support of this image in silver distinction, purely from the emotive quality. I feel like this is quite an old poodle, and to me, the story behind this portrait is that it belongs to like a formal kind of well-off family, and I feel like this dog feels a little bit forgotten. It hasn't been groomed recently, and all up around here, it just feels quite sad to me. And there was just a little editing thing that just kind of kept me out of going even higher. But I think this is beautiful.
Thank you, Amber. Richard, would you like to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting print, but I do wonder about the crockery being used in the background, and whether it's got a purpose or whether it's for just the sake of some sort of design. The catch lights in this character, she's not engaged with the camera, she's looking off camera, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but the catch lights are like little pinpricks, and I'd love to see that light source closer and larger to create more character in those eyes. I just feel it's verging on getting a little bit dead in the eyes there. So, but I was at 81 and I've heard everything.
Thank you, Richard. Steve, back to you for right of reply.
Yeah, thanks for your support, Amber. That's the story I feel as well, and the more I sit with it, the more that story resonates with me. I think this is an old person's dog. I think this dog is old. I think the crockery or the stamps or whatever that vignette is showing the times that they've had together, I think it's a treasured keepsake for this old person, for a dog who's probably not going to be with her for much longer. I feel like the muted palette tells us of the, the impending end of this dog's life, and also the pinprick in the eyes, the eye, closing up. I think it all feeds into a believable narrative that takes us into the silver distinction range for me.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Great discussion. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment from someone, please? Can I have a comment from someone? For the photographer. Thanks, Russ.
Well, I can't fault it. I just absolutely adore the shot. Scored at 87. I was hoping we were going to have a bit of a chat about it actually, but anyway, it's got a good score. The accuracy of detail and everything's just exquisite, and the little hook of the leaf on the right at the very top, the fact that the insect is sitting between the feelers of the other one, it's all brilliant when you get in there. It's very entertaining, quite graphic.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap a judge around. Thank you, Richard. You can take a break. There's apparently afternoon tea in the back room if anyone's a bit peckish. And Chris, would you like to jump on for a little bit, please? How's everyone else going? Are you guys all right? Sweet. Okay. Yep, you're all good. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Have a comment, please. Was it Steve? Yeah, thank you, please.
Congratulations to the photographer. This is a beautiful image. The textures in this little fella are just stunning, from the tip of the head to his tip of his claws. Can't really offer much suggestion in the way of how I would improve it. Maybe a little bit of a rim light just to separate it from the background, but I love the way it disappears into the black. That's what Kiwis do. So, yeah, well done.
Thank you, Steve. Can we have the next print, please? We do need to do a shout out to our amazing print handlers behind the scenes, feeding the prints in, and then they take them back through the other side, writing the score on the back, and putting any awarded images, get their badge put on them straight away. And then if you are in Christchurch, the award gallery is ever evolving as we work through the categories, and that is in the Majestic. You can come and have a look at all of the images in print and on and digital over the next couple of days. Okay. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. However, it's going to go to review. So, Steve, if you want to challenge it, you go for it.
Yeah, I scored this 85. The reason being, I think if you're going to try and tell the story of a cute little kitten, this does it really well. And as far as it feels so soft, and it only is its face that is sharp, and the rest of it just melts away into the background, and it just feels inviting. It's pleading with you to pick it up, to embrace it, and cuddle it, and you feel like it would just melt in your hands. I think the eye colour is really well accentuated by the colour of the background. I think it's really well lit. It's handled very gently. It's only going to take us a point to get up to silver. I'd like to talk about it, why it shouldn't be silver distinction.
Thank you, Steve. Russell, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, all of that, Steve, but I don't know about you, mate, but when I got up there, the catchlight is extremely disturbing for me. It looks like they're just sitting on top of the eye almost. I mean, once again, the brolly shape replicated in that circle. I don't know. I just found that just really hard to deal with when I got up close, that it was so dominating, if you like, given that we are meant to look at the eyes. Have another squiz and see what you think. If it doesn't bother you, then that's fine.
Thanks, Russ. Amber, did you want to talk? Thank you.
I do. I really like this portrait, but I just feel that it's a white cat and it feels like a muddy grey to me, and I'm struggling with the crushing of the highlights.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, Steve, you're going to have to run back. Do your right of reply. All yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'd seen the catch lights and the little speck in there, and I sort of forgave it. From a distance, it's like it holds together for me. When you get up, yeah, you see the brolly, you see the centre of the brolly, it is distracting. That's why I didn't go higher. I just put it on silver distinction because that's where I believed it should be. The face is white and everything else falls away into that background. So I think they've handled that, the whites, I think, nicely. You know, it's enough on the face, falls away. It gives the personality of this little animal. Give it what you think you can. Every point counts.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore? And we've moved to an 80 silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have an initial score of 89. However, we have 2 people in the gold range. No, it's not you, Russ. You can put your hand down. Joe, we've got you as our top scorer, so you'll be the challenger. Take it away.
I scored this 96. It's so emotive. It's so delicate and beautiful. It's just, I mean, it could be anything and it would be beautiful just to look at. But you get up there and there's just so much soul in that dog's face and so much stillness and calmness and a sadness too. And I think too, when you can make a quiet portrait that really speaks, yeah, I think it's really powerful. I love the shape, the reflections making it's almost kind of like a heart or a koru. Yeah, just there's so much beauty in this portrait, and the palette's just sublime. So yeah, tell me what you're not seeing, guys.
Amber, tell her what you're not seeing.
I definitely, I get the sadness and I do really, really like the colour palette of this image. But the success of this just really breaks down for me with that band of white in the background, and also the kind of the bands of different colour that are happening through the reflection there. It's such an otherwise peaceful and beautiful, like beautifully simple portrait, and those things I find they just don't fit with the rest of it.
Chris, you smiled so nice at me. You can talk next.
Oh, thank you. There's, like, I'm glad we're talking about this. There's a reverence to that expression. So there was some sadness, but reverence is the word that came to mind. And it's, I know we're anthropomorphizing a little bit, but Amber, the white in the background is a cloud, and like the lines are like, it's water, it's real. So like there's, to me that, even though, like, if it didn't have that, this would almost be abstract, but it gives it that little grounding in reality. So we go, okay, this is actually on water and it's real, and, it's not a construction. Doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's real, and I like that. I'm on 87, and the thing that confused me is the layout on the mat. Like, it's up in the top left-hand corner, and it's like, I feel like there's a really good reason for it, and I just cannot wrap my head around it. And if you can tell me why that's that way, I'm in gold for sure.
Thank you, Chris. Russell, I saw your hand. Take it away.
Well, mate, we've heard this phrase, hangdog. I mean, this is close to perfection, really. I think this image, to be honest with you, Joe, I've scored it lightly at 91. It's created that crescent shape, which is just so gorgeous, which is why it's in that top part of the frame, Chris. And Amber, those things are environmental, and how many points off 100 would you take for those two things, which I believe are completely complementary to the image, to be honest with you. It breaks up what otherwise would have been a fairly plain, static sort of background. So there's a dynamic in the background, as subtle as it is, but the detail, the placement, the mood, the colour, the palette, the presentation, really that's gold distinction all day long.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, Joe, back to you.
All the things that Russ said. You know what, guys? I hadn't even noticed that it was in the top corner. I was so drawn into that dog, I hadn't even spotted where the mat was. But I love that because there's a whole feeling of almost end times. And there's a kind of going up towards something there, but at the same time, holding back. I don't know. It's just a lot of emotions. But what I really love, and I'm just kind of seeing this as I've sat with it for a bit longer, is you've got like one of the busiest animals on the planet, and it's almost glass where his paws are. He's been so still and so quiet in that moment that the surface that he's on literally looks like glass. It's incredible. Like Russ said, I can't fault it. I think it's just sublime. I'm on 96. You guys can raise. Come on. Let's do it.
Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 93, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, one more score, and we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, for the photographer? Who was that's hand? Oh, yeah, Chris, thank you.
Congrats on your silver. Like cats and dogs, this is excellent. The cat's trying to do the thing, doesn't even care about the danger that they're putting the dog in, and the dog's looking a bit scared. So that's really good storytelling. I think it's the background with the wallpaper is really interesting, but there's a lot of information in this image, especially in the bottom left, that kind of grabs your attention, but doesn't necessarily, to me, add to the story. And I think stripping it back a little bit to really make sure we're focusing in on exactly what you want us to focus in on would elevate this even further.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have a blank screen, please? Russ, thank you. We'll give you a wee break. And Jackie, would you like to come on for a bit, please? I'll just give Jackie a moment to log in. Perfect. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thanks, Steve.
It's a wonderful capture. It's pinpoint sharp. I really love the contrast between the coolness of the water and the warmth of the background. The personality of the dog comes through. It's almost mythological. Yeah, well done. I think if I was saying anything, just watch a little bit of the vignetting. I don't think it needs to be there at all for this image.
Thank you, Steve. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 78, a bronze award. You want to judge it? Yep, you can challenge it, Jackie. Go for it.
Thank you. Very close to silver. I'm on 81. I guess it's a gesture of the dog's paw over the back of the chair, and that just a sense of character that I was really connecting with. If yes, some of the darks had been brought up, we would have been there, and is it just that technicality that's holding it back? What do you think?
Thank you, Jackie. The rest of you are all down, all on the same score, I think, almost. Yeah, Amber, if you would like to, take it away.
I feel like this is an old gentleman, and I love that paw being over the back of the chair like that too. I just wish that we could see that paw a little bit more. I feel like the background is really fighting with the subject in this image, and I just want the background to go back a little bit and then the head of the dog to be slightly more lit, and then I would be right there with you. But that's why I'm on 77.
Thank you, Amber. Anyone else want to add anything? Okay, Jackie, back to you.
Thank you for that great feedback. Very much appreciated, because that's what authors and people who put work in, they want to hear that, and I think this has just missed the mark, but I'm sorry that I couldn't bring it up any further. It's 81 for me.
Okay, Jackie. Sorry, judges. Jackie, judges. Judges, please rescore. And we've remained on a 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please?
Yeah,
Okay, Joe's going to challenge.
I gave it 84, so I think I should challenge it. It's just so frickin' crisp. And I said friggin'.
Your restraint this year, Joe, is impressive. You're doing great.
So good.
Well done.
8 points for not swearing this year. Yeah, it's just so beautifully picked out from the background. The little expression on its face is like, come get me. I mean, if the photographer had been just slightly round and we hadn't had that wing and set the face, you know, I'd be a lot higher up in the high silver distinctions. But I still think it's exceptionally well done. Yeah. I see I've got some backup next to me, so I'd like to hear what the rest of you have got to say.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to go to Jackie next, down the other end.
The pendulum swings down to 72 because it felt so sort of cut out to me, not belonging in that landscape. I wanted to get a sense of where it was. It's a moment where the birds landed, but it feels kind of awkward, that wing, and the wing, it also has a kind of blue tinge to it. All those kind of things were pulling me away from an award, but I'm listening. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris, are you, bopping your head around? Away you go.
Yeah, just a quick one. It is frickin' crisp. Did I say that right? Okay, excellent. And I love it for that. And I think the thing that's currently keeping me out of silver is it feels cool again. Like, I feel like there's some really excellent color in this bird that can be celebrated, and it's not been brought out in the print. So I want a little bit more punch. I want a little bit more of that, of what I think is the natural coloring of the bird to come out for us to check out. That's it. So it's not hard to convince me.
Thank you, Chris. Amber, your turn.
Aside from the coolness of the frickin' crispness, I just feel like this bird's got actually really good attitude. I can almost hear it saying, "What do you want?" Yeah. And I like the character that's coming out of that. So I think it firmly sits in silver.
Thank you, Amber. Anything else? Way you go, Joe. Back to you.
That eye's pretty yellow, guys. It's pretty warm, and it's looking right at you saying, come on, come on. A few more points, please.
Okay, team. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 79, which puts us into review. So I'm just going to hit the review button, and judges, if you can pop in a 79 or an 80. And we remain on 79, a bronze award. Great discussion, team. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 87, however, which is a silver distinction. However, we've got Amber in the gold range, so you're the challenger. Take it away.
Oh, I just think this is so elegant. I think the thing that really took me over the edge for this one was the way that the antennae of that little, I think it's a cricket, but I don't really know, just the shape of that is kind of like a heart on one side and then it's echoed by the top of that grass. I just think everything about this is so elegant, and if it had been cropped differently, I would be even higher. It's so beautiful. Let's talk about it.
Thank you, Amber. Now, Chris or Jackie, which one of you?
I think that symmetry of the antennae and the plant is amazing. Like, that's so well seen, and that's why I put it into, I'm on 84, I put it into silver, because I do want it cropped tighter. I do want to celebrate that more, and I feel like if this was, for example, in a portfolio of images that were all cropped similarly, then that might be a good way to crop it this way. But presented to us right now as a single image, I want to get in closer and I want to see that more. And I feel like the information that's been given to us at the bottom of the frame isn't helping me with that. I want to celebrate that discovery of that more. So I think it's just about the crop for me.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else wanting to add? Yeah, Joe, away you go.
I love all the things you love about it, Amber. I think it's poetry, it's a music note, it's such a fantastic shape. But I just don't understand the black background. I just feel like it's heavy. It kind of dates it for me. It doesn't feel contemporary. I feel like the shape and the textures and the colours are so contemporary. I can see this as a big artwork, you know, in a lot of spaces, but I just find the black, it's just so dominating. Talk to me about the black.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else? Steve, your turn.
Yeah, I agree with my esteemed judges' opinions so far in every direction. I'm on 88, very close to going up. I think I probably will, because I'm going to get over the crop, because, yeah, like the others, I wanted it tighter. But we've got this. I think the black works really well. I think the high contrast makes it really pop out and isolates the subject. And you see every detail in every antenna, and you see that curve because it's perfectly contrasted against black. I think that's the best way to present this subject.
Thank you, Steve. I think we've covered everyone now, so it's back to you, Amber. Take it away.
You know, Joe, one of my favourite memories of the summer just gone was going outside late at night and hearing the song of the crickets in the blackness of night. I could never find them because it was so dark, and as soon as you get close to them, they stop. But I think crickets come alive at night time, and this is what this print is showing us. I wish it had been cropped slightly differently. However, the content is all there. This is really beautiful. Contemporary colours. I think it's a gold.
Thank you, Amber. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 89, which puts us into the review. So, Just one moment while the whirligig sorts itself out, and then you can enter in an 89 or a 90. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Well done. Can we have the next print, please?
And we have bronze, 77. Yep, congratulations to the photographer. Yeah, and Amber, would you like to give some feedback?
Congratulations on a bronze award. The texture and the colour palette and everything about that beak is just so glorious. And I think if this image had been cropped differently to just to sort of amplify the arty nature of it, then this could have gone a lot higher. But well done.
Thank you, Amber. Next print, please.
Okay, judges. We have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. However, I know there's two of you in the gold, and Chris, it's your turn to take the reins. Take it away.
Fabulous. I'm on 93, so I had this as a very solid gold, and I'm glad I get to be the one to talk about it. I didn't walk up to the print right away. I sat back and stared at it for about 20 seconds from a distance, because the choice of having these two images that are such beautiful negatives of one another is remarkable. And I'm going to make an assumption that it's the same animal, and I'm going to make an assumption that it's that same location. But to be able to put that construction together and give us these two inverses of one another is great. And now you come in and have a look at the images. The one on the right is beautiful, and the shapes of the, like, yes, there is an animal in it, there's the shapes of the rock, it's a beautiful landscape, and the animal's looking around, and that's great. The one on the left is, oh my gosh, it's like it's a super dog, there's a Marvel thing going on, the water's coming down, it's in the exact right spot, there's the drama of the black rocks around it, presumably there's water there, and the paper that has been chosen has that fleck through it that allows that kind of, that silvery mist to pervade through it. As a pair, like, it's really brave to put these two images together. I think the one on the left is really strong on its own, and adding the one on the right gives us this kind of almost unbelievable symmetry between the two, and it feels epic. This is an epic adventure. And normally when you say epic, it's like it's a movie crop. It's like a wide crop. This is a tall crop. Maybe it's epic for like the Instagram generation. I don't know. But together, that, like, can we talk about this, please?
We're talking. Jackie, is going to talk now. Thank you.
I scored 77, and the left-hand image is where I just want to be, just on that one shot. I find the right-hand shot gives me confusion. There's no water on the right-hand shot, so it's not the same place. It's a different place. The dogs are not the same size, and I kind of wanted them to be if they're working together, these images. And so I was just stuck on just really enjoying that left-hand one, and I would have been up there with you in that. But I found the two of them not working together. Even the levels of the dogs, there's things that are incongruous. But only thing I could get about the right-hand one was that it had a shape of an ear, and the dog seemed to be listening. So there's a little pointer for me.
Thank you, Jackie. Have we got someone else that wants to add? Steve, thank you.
Yeah, I'm strongly in support of this being in gold. I scored it 91. I'm going to go up a couple of points. Thanks for your insight on this and leading the charge. I find the yin yang of it, of the location, it's almost a spiritual thing. I feel like the dog is at the focus of this spiritual energy. I'm not into woo necessarily. I just feel like that gives me a purpose for this huge space, you know, pointing its way down and making the hero of this dog in both cases. I think the two images work together so well because of also the slope on the left comes down and then curves up onto the image at the bottom of the right and anchors both of them together, and then you get that inverted black and white up above them. I think it's exceptionally brave, and I think we should reward it. I think it's a wonderful piece of work.
Thank you, Steve. Joe, would you like to add something?
Okay, so I gave it 81 because I think it's clever, but I find the animals to be the least interesting part of the composition, and that bothers me in this category. I want to be more interested in the dogs. I feel like the landscapes, particularly having both of them together, I feel like the landscapes together overwhelm the dogs, and the dogs are no longer the hero of the pictures. I also have issues with the paper choice. I love the paper choice. I just don't love it for this because I feel like it's just not enough contrast, but then also the whites, there's bits that feel blown out, like the sky in the first shot just feels a bit blown out. Yeah, I'd love a bit more I don't know, crispness in it. But I'm listening to you guys, but so far I'm not hearing anything that's majorly swaying me.
Thank you, Joe. Amber's got a teeny weeny bit.
Sorry, Olivia, I know you want us to hurry up.
No, you're fine. You're all good.
I understand why the photographer has chosen to put these two images together. I see the yin and yang thing. I just don't think it was a good decision because I think on its own, I would have easily come up to gold with just that left-hand image. And I just think that the right-hand side actually kind of drags it down. And I think it's about the posing of the dog. It feels really right on the left. And I think it's not resolved on the right. So that's what kept me in a measly silver distinction.
Thank you, Amber. I think we've heard from everyone now, so now it's for you, Chris. Take it away.
Got some work to do. So let's talk about the size of the different elements. Why is the dog bigger on the right? Well, if you want the two landscape elements to line up at the top and you want to have that sweep that Steve talked about that's really important, that's kind of already making your compositional choices for you, which determines the size of the dog. Now, we probably could play with it. In this category, you can do whatever you like. I kind of like the authenticity of leaving it as it is. So for me, that explains the size, which is okay. Steve, thank you for picking up the sweep, and you use the word yin yang a lot, which I love. So that really helps, even though you're not woo, but maybe you really are. I don't know. We'll find out. We talked about. There's so many things to talk about. The whites, kind of the blowing out of the whites on the left image is why I wasn't on 97 out of the gate. Like, I feel like there is a loss of detail in places where I want it, and if that was there, I would have gone much higher. I think the paper choice is a low contrast paper choice, which does allow kind of that unrealness to it. Like, it gives it that filmic adventure thing. And the adventure of this is exactly why the dogs need to be small in this frame, because this is a big world. There's Lord of the Rings music playing while this movie is on. This is about the epic adventure that this dog is on. It doesn't, that hole on the left doesn't have to be the same one on the right, because it's come from there, it's making its way through. We're seeing different, maybe that's the exit of the same cave. I don't know. I'm building a really good story in my head, though. I kind of like it. Like, it's an epic adventure. If the dog was larger in the frame, we wouldn't have the epicness of this. It is still about the dog, but it's about what this thing they're going through. Look, what are we on right now, actually?
We're on 86, silver distinction.
We're on 86. There's a bit of work, like 2 of us are on gold. We just need 1 of you more to come up to this epic adventure, and then we can fund this movie and get it made, and we can get music done and everything. It'll be great.
Thanks, Chris. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 89, a silver distinction, which puts us into review. So, just a moment. Judges, if you can score an 89 or a 90. And we remain on a silver distinction. Congratulations. Great chat. Can I have a blank screen, please? I am going to say thank you to Chris and to Joe. Great discussions. Great chat. And can we please have Katie and Richard back onto the panel? Oh, thanks for taking the plate away, Russ. Good man. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have an initial score of 81. However, there is one person, Richard, in the gold range. So you have the right to challenge. Take it away.
I'm sure I'm not wrong. I score this 91 at gold. And if you look at it from back here, it's that sweeping line that starts at the bottom right-hand corner and comes up and it curves back. It comes to the left and it curves back to the right. Leads your eye into that bright area where that dog is heroed at the top of that rock. The contrast, he just pops, and the whole image itself to me is so beautiful, framed by those branches. I really think it's a stunning, stunning, stunning print. You begin in that out of focus area and it leads you through, and you go through that S-curve until you land in that sweet spot of contrast, and I find it absolutely stunning.
Thank you, Richard. Steve, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I think I've underscored this. Thank you, Richard. I love the S. I love feeding into the dog, and I really love the landscape. And the print is beautiful. I scored at 73, so I was way down. The reason I was way down, I found it distracting having that line come down and through the dog's tail. Felt like that could have easily been mitigated by just a slight movement. And the loss of the other hind leg of the dog being masked by the forward just made it sort of feel like it's a three-legged dog, which also just distracted from me. And the pose of its head, just seeing that slight glimpse of an eye, the nose cutting through that side, just felt like was on alert and not relaxed and not in the environment, and happy to be there. So really happy to talk about this, and I'll definitely come up, but I'm not sure how far.
Thank you, Steve. Amber, your turn.
I scored this image in 84, and for all of those reasons that you spoke of, Richard, I really like all of those things about it, especially the curve leading up to the dog. But the thing that held me back on 84 was the choice of the tone that's directly behind the dog, and then the dog's fur. I just feel that despite the contrast in the dog, I just don't think that that the background being so light behind the light dog really presents this animal in its best light. I think it fades into that too much, and it doesn't do the animal justice. But strong, strong silver.
Thank you, Amber. Richard, are you leaning forward? No one else wants to talk, eh? We're all... Yep, okay. Where you go, Richard?
I feel like the back leg is definitely there. Yes, the leg behind that back leg might not be protruding out much, but I mean, when we appreciate a print like this, we're not searching for legs. I feel like the white behind the dog, all the detail and the outline, the contrast of that dog is there. Nothing's missing. He's not blending into the white. If we made that, let's say we made behind the dog black, then the black markings on the dog are going to blend in somewhat as well. I find that, a lot of the image, the weight of this, most of the weight of this image is darker tones. And they're using those white shapes of the leaves leading up in that S-curve to land in that big framed patch where the dog sits. I see that as light, and it also looks like mist. It's just framing the animal perfectly. It wouldn't work if it was another colour. We're led by those bright colours into the contrast of the dog. I think this is the way it's done, the way it's shaped. I actually think it's a masterful image, and I would really love it if we could come up to gold. I think it's stunning.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have moved up to 84, a silver award. Great discussion. Thanks, guys. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. And Jackie, you are welcome to challenge.
I'm on just 82, so it's worth just a discussion. The relationship of the dog's floating head, yes, to the floating texture of pleated fabric. I was able to create a relationship of old man there that allowed me to go to silver. It took it up for me. Beautifully lit. The print is superb. It's just nothing wrong with that, and that's my relationship. The old brown eyes. It's just it's a greyhound. It's had a pastime, and maybe all of these pleats have got something to do with its background of an owner that used to wear pleated trousers as it took it to the starting gates.
Thank you, Jackie. I'd like to hear from Richard now, please.
I'm on 76 bronze, and I think I've been a little bit mean here. The more I look at it, the more character that comes through. I first I saw a little bit of greyness in the eyes, but that's to be expected with an old dog once I think about it. So I kind of get the impression he's looking around the corner and he said, "Excuse me, sir, we're supposed to go for a walk half an hour ago." So yeah, I'll come up.
Thank you, Richard. Steve, you would like to say something?
I'm in support of this image as well. I scored it 81. I really love the lighting on the material. Just those little stitches are all showing up and just lead us down into that face. To me, greyhounds are quite skittish, quite timid. To me, he's just peeking around and seeing if it's safe. And I think it's a great character shot of the dog.
Thank you, Steve. Anyone else want to add anything? No? Yep. Okay, well, Jackie's happy. She's already entered her score back in. Judges, can you please rescore? I was waiting for you to go back to the mic. Okay, and we've moved to an 82, a silver award. Great chat. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 73. Am I able to get a comment, please, from someone? Amber, do you want to add a comment?
I can certainly add a comment. I really enjoy the presentation of this print in the format that you've chosen to crop it. I just feel that compositionally it needs a little more refinement to be lifted into the awards range. Just be careful about what you choose to include and not include. With a different crop, then I think that this could go higher.
Thank you, Amber. Next print, please. We have a score of 74. And you'd like to challenge it there, Katie? Thank you.
Yeah, I've given this 78. I would like to see this awarded. I can see some issues with it that I'm sure that is, potentially what dragged it out for the rest of you. But I see a real humour here. This dog does not look like the type of dog that should be out chasing bulls in such a fashion. It looks like a prancing, dancing dog. And what we see here is a dog doing a very doggy thing, like I know pretty much all dogs love a ball, but it looks like it's doing ballet. Look at the beautifully perfect straight back legs that of course we can see because it's been clipped in this very particular way. The way the tail sits, it's actually hilarious and a real contrast to this little red ball and this very dark background. And although, yes, there are technical issues, I just think it should be rewarded for its humour and showing us the personality of this dog. So I've given it 78. We can come up a couple of points.
Thank you, Katie. Amber, I'm coming to you. You knew I was.
I mean, Katie, I agree. I think that it is absolutely the ballerina of dogs. And I enjoy the pose a lot. What kept me out of the awards range, and I gave this image a 71, were all the things outside of the subject itself. I really struggle with the blacks in the background just totally blocking up. For me, the crop feels very wrong. It doesn't enhance the jump. And I feel that the ball is just too close to the top of the frame there. And I know the ground is not perfectly flat, but to me, the way that this has been cropped makes it feel like the horizon is really off kilter. So for all of those reasons, despite the amazing subject, I struggle to bring this into the awards range.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got someone else to add? Thank you, Steve. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm in support of this image being in the awards range. I scored at 76 for the same reasons, that it's a beautiful capture of the subject, and I forgave the other bits. And the ball has no motion blur at all. It is super sharp, great timing, and a great subject in mid-flight and great pose. So I think, yeah, worthy to come up a couple of points. Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Is that all we have to add? Okay, Katie, right of reply. Take it away.
Okay, well maybe I've got my work cut out for me here, but I can see the issues too, but I just think, you know, for the pet category, this is about showing personality, and there is real humour in this for me, and I'm just asking for a bronze here. It's not, you know, I'm not putting it up there, and I think if all these other things were resolved, then maybe it could go a lot higher, but it's just a couple of extra points to reward the photographer. And if I don't get there, if we can't get there, I just want to say to the photographer, get this dog back out there and have another go, because it's such a character and really deserves to be seen.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Could I have a comment, please? Doodaloo. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I'd happily talk about this. Congratulations to the photographer. You've done a wonderful job of presenting the character of this cat. And I love the quirkiness of it. I love the palette. I appreciate the final, the bottom left-hand corner where there's another animal coming into it, but I feel like it almost distracts from the narrative about just this cat. But well done. That's a really good result.
Thank you, Steve. Can we have the next print, please? Just while the judges are looking at this image, I'm just going to remind you that if you are in Christchurch and you're on the live feed, or if you're in the room, just so you know that all of the award entries that have been awarded are in the print gallery at the Majestic, so you can go and have a look through and look at what the judges are getting to look at close up. A number of the Iris Award prints will be up for auction on Thursday from 6 p.m. at our live print auction with auctioneer Joel Dunn. So if you are in Christchurch, make sure you come along. And just so you know, Bar 79, which is just out in the foyer, will be open today from 3:30 till 8 p.m. Here at the Majestic. So come and hang out with us. Thanks to our sponsor Joel Dunn for sponsoring the bar. Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Happy with that. And can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Katie.
Well done on your bronze award. This is a really high impact image. I mean, this dog just looks like it has no business standing on this incredibly foreboding black cliff, which is what I like about it. I just think maybe compositionally it's in a slightly awkward spot. It's not quite centred, not quite thirds. I would have been more decisive about that. I think that probably could have helped to elevate it. And then just watch the burning or the vignetting around the edges as well.
Thank you, Katie. Can I have a blank screen, please? I'm going to say thank you to Steve and Amber. You can take a break. Richard Linton sponsored our afternoon tea, so go have a look and see what we've got there. Thanks, Richard. And Emma and Russell, if you'd like to come on, please. Thank you all. Okay, judges, are we all good? Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations, and Katie's going to challenge it. She's got her arm forward, so take it away.
This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm sure this was not the intention of the photo at all, but I just love it. I've never seen this before. And I think it's got all the elements that probably the perfect portrait of three dogs would have wanted to have, this glassy sand and beautiful pastel sky and like perfect placement, but it's just become this really humorous thing. And I've scored at 86, so I'm not asking for like all of that, but just a little bit more to reward the innovation, the humour. I mean, dogs are pretty freaking funny. Like, they do give us some funny moments, and this is not what I normally would expect. It's just been so masterfully done that you can barely tell that it's three dogs. So at first you're kind of like, what creature am I looking at? And it reminds me of the character from The Never-Ending Story for some reason, which is just very nostalgic and sweet to me. So yeah, I'd love to hear why it's not already up there.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to come to you, Jackie, please.
I'm close, 78. I was in silver, and then because I love the idea of the dog train, I thought it was maybe a missed opportunity. That reflection could have and brought more to that story. And then what all of a sudden took me away was that sort of bright highlight that's in the background. The brightest part of the image is like a big glow there, and I didn't understand that. That just pulled me back.
Thank you, Jackie. Richard, your turn. I'm assuming that's why you're looking at me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm on 81 silver, so kind of halfway between you, but still in the silver. I did notice that bright light coming in from the back, but you know, it's very heavenly, and this could be when the saints go marching in. But before they do, these soldiers are marching past their owner and turning for that. The captain's turning for that salute, like a street parade. I enjoyed those little stories, and for that I gave it the silver. So yeah, I think we could probably come a little bit higher.
Thank you, Richard. Have we got anything else to add, team? Okay, back to you, Katie, for right of reply. Take it away.
Well, I'm not hearing much negative there, other than maybe that glowy light. But I love what you said, Richard. And I just like, the more you look at it, the funnier it gets. They're just so perfectly joined together. They honestly look like one creature. So could we just come up a couple of extra points and give this photographer the reward that they deserve for presenting something kind of brave, a little bit weird, a bit kooky, and still very obviously a very well, very capable pet photography setting. Like you can see what they intended to do and what they ended up with. So I think for that reason it's worthy of a silver distinction. It's just a couple of points.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Katie, here she is, in the middle, in the hot seat. Way you go, you challenge that.
Sorry, I'm going to get sick of the sound of my own voice soon. Okay, I've given this 82. I mean, this is just like real. This is a really funny little dog. I don't know what kind of dog he is. I can't tell whether he's or she is a puppy or fully grown, or like whether it's missing an eye or it's just hidden. But whatever it is, it's just really quirky. I guess it's the angle that's done that, but also just this hilarious expression. So this is just pure humour to me. It doesn't even look like a real dog. Like, this is surely a toy or some kind of caricature of itself. And I, from a technical perspective, I think it's just beautiful. That little paw reaching forwards, bringing us into the image. Perfect facial expression with the little tongue, so beautifully treated. The tones in the brown are perfect, and it just keeps us really centred. Like, the vignette's been done so well, so really there's nothing to fault, and I really think it deserves a silver.
Thank you, Katie. Richard, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I was at 74, just below the awards realm. I did sort of ponder over that eye, and I thought, maybe I shouldn't assume that there even is one there. But I looked at it and I thought, it's good, solid work, but it wasn't quite enough for me to bring into an awards realm for me. But I'm listening to everyone.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else? New items to add? Okay, Katie, it's back to you. Already, we circle back.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can add any more than I feel like I've already said it all. What was it on?
It is on 78, a
I
bronze
mean,
award.
that's fair, but I just think this is this is a little bit extra. This is an extra dog, and I don't know. Is it this big or is it this big? I don't even know if it's real. This is what I love about this category is just how funny and weird animals are, and that's why I think it should be rewarded.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And we remain on 78, a bronze award. Great discussion. Thanks, team. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Jackie.
Lovely pose. Perhaps the saturation in the background is competing with the dog. That could be softened down a little bit. And the whites of the waterfall have become a little bit too dead. And so maybe a bit too much working in the background.
Thank you, Jackie. Can we have the next print, please? We just come into our final 10 prints for the category. So I just want to give a massive shout out to our print handlers behind the scenes. Doing an awesome job. One more score. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze award. It's going to go into review, but Russell or Katie? Yeah, Russell? We'll give Katie a break from challenging. You're both on the same score.
Yeah, I think the extra layer, I really fought with it. Did it need it? Did it not? To New Zealand defy our gannet, but it's a wonderful exercise in symmetry, and I haven't sort of kind of had to look at a bird from this angle before, really, or have one presented to me from this angle before with that shape. And for the beauty of it, I sort of squeaked into silver. I forgave the extra information because it kind of did do what it is meant to do, but did it need it? Not sure, so I scored it at 83.
Thank you, Russell. Richard, can we hear from you, please?
I was on 74, so I didn't put it in that awards realm because I felt like just the opposite of what you said, Russell. I guess those that overlay treatment kind of took away from the bird from me. It's interrupted the bird. It's laid over the bird. Potentially, if it was in the background only rather than overlaid over the all the gorgeous detail of that bird, then yeah, I just think it's too interruptive and not necessary. It does kind of, the kurus and the gannet kind of reminds me of an old Air New Zealand ad, but yeah, I wasn't in favour of that overlay, unfortunately.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else want to add something? Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the different view or perspective of the bird. And from back here, that really stands out. What sort of got me was the abruptness on the side of the bird. It feels a little bit cut out. There's no sort of feathery texture on the side, sort of shoulder down to the wing. I think if that had a little bit more resolving, that would bring it up for me.
Thank you, Emma. I think that's us. We're going back to you, Russ. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm listening to everyone, and let's just do what you feel like doing.
Do what you feel like. Judges, please rescore. And we are on 79, which puts us into the review process. So, just a moment. Judges, you'll be able to score a 79 or an 80. Take it away. And we remain on a 79, a bronze award. Well done, team. Great discussion. Can we have the next print, please? Rahira Creative is the sponsor of the animal category this year. Rachel has printed probably quite a large amount of prints that have been entered this year into the Iris Awards. So thank you very much for sponsoring the animal category and supporting us. It's much appreciated. Okay, one more score. And we have a 79, a bronze award. And Katie, you are able to challenge it. So, away you go.
I mean, I think we all did the same thing. We were like, what? Where's the animal or insect? And you have to be so close to see it. And it looks like it's like, hello, here I am. It's got its little arms wrapped around the side of the thing. And it's hilarious. It's that funny, but it's so tiny. I can barely see it. And I just think it's really unexpected and not what we would ordinarily do. I've not seen, I mean, obviously we've seen other images with a dark background that look similar to this, but not this. This is quite unique. I just want to reward the photographer's bravery for presenting us with something that could just fall completely flat. And look, maybe it will, maybe I can't get anywhere, but I've given it 88 and I really think it deserves to be rewarded for just the ridiculousness of it and the personality of this tiny little whatever the hell it is, like just popping up almost like a like one of those those things out the front of the car sales yards, like it's almost like blah, 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 here I am, blah, blah, blah.
Is that what you wanted? Okay, Russell, oh, you're standing up. Are you all right to get back and can you give us some of your thoughts, please?
Well, I'm all for the humour and everything, and I react in the same way as everyone else. But I sort of thought to myself, well, excuse my French, but it's a bit of a sort of a piss take. I wonder if it's a bit of a throwaway, and the person's laughing their heads off at us, laughing our heads off. But it is an animal category, and what do we know about the animal here? So I kind of felt challenged a little bit intellectually, really, in the sense that, hey, I'd love to give it bloody 90, but because it's so funny. But are we kind of getting hoodwinked a little bit by the humour, if I could say that? So I scored it in the awards with 75. Oh, I'm happy to do anything, really, because it is so sort of funny.
Thank you, Russ. I'm being blocked. Thanks. No, you're right. Has someone else got something to add in there? Oh, Joe's going along with the lollies. Oh, they just need some candy. Have you got a comment? Someone? Richard, were you leaning forward? No? We've got nothing new to add here. Katie, we're going back to you.
Okay. All right, I'll tell you what we know about it. It's really, really, really tiny. It's so tiny that it barely gets our attention. But then it does, because it's like it looks like a cartoon of a little green corn cob, which maybe relates to the plant life that we see as well. It's kind of withering, like peeling back on itself. I think there's more to this, and I don't think we've been hoodwinked. I think it's got attitude as well, this little thing. It's like, here I am, hello, here. Come on, guys, 88, like, let's bring it up.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. The original was 79, a bronze award. Katie, can you enter your score in, please? You got distracted. You did. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, just waiting for... Okay, we have an initial score of 87, which is a silver with distinction. We have 2 people in the gold range, and Katie, you are the top scorer, so you can take the challenge.
Okay, I've scored it 93. I think this is an incredible piece of design that grabs you. The impact of that grabs you, you know, as soon as you see it, before you get to go and look at it up close. I think using the circular mats to represent the balls is also such a clever choice by the photographer. I love how beautifully they've placed these to make it symmetrical and balanced, and yet also you know, the tennis balls themselves are kind of all over the place. That's what I mean by design. This is very beautifully designed. The colour pops, and then we come into the individual images, and obviously this is a collection of different dogs that have all been playing with a tennis ball. So to me, it strikes me as a collection, like a little project about dogs and tennis balls. And each one of these just perfectly shows the personality of the dog playing with the ball. Each one is adorable, is quirky, is, you know, a beautiful portrait in its own right. And they're all different dogs. They've been beautifully, perfectly balanced within the overall mat. It's just beautiful. It's a stunning piece of work. It's been expertly created, executed, and seen, imagined by the photographer, and it's very, very worthy of a gold award. So let's get it up there, guys.
Thank you, Katie. Jackie, you're down at the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Scored at 82, and thanks. I like your story, what you brought to it, and the circles. The circles. maybe they should have been more ball-like, and I would have got that story a little bit more about with the circular mats. But I just felt the dogs were all floating in air and without being very grounded. And I didn't believe, I'm sorry, I didn't believe the balls. Maybe they're not meant to be believable. And that's some of the reasons why I'd stayed down there. But I'll be bringing my score up. But those balls are all felt composited on there for me.
Thank you, Jackie. Russell, did you want to say something?
Well, I'm just with Jackie's comments then too. It's all those things that you said, Jackie. How do we separate you guys? It has got sense of design and all those sort of things, but it has to have an element of believability about it, which I just can't quite believe it, even though I appreciate the effort and the design and almost the comprehensiveness of it all. But that free-floating sort of, added of the tennis balls inside the circles, somehow I just don't believe it. And so I still scored at 83, which is a good score.
Thank you, Russ. Anything new to add, judges? Okay, Katie, it's back to you for right of reply.
I can see that there's been some work done to create or to treat these balls in a very particular manner, and that's a stylistic choice by the photographer, and we may or may not like that, but I believe that the balls are really there in the photos. I mean, dogs do have very different reactions to balls coming at them. It show the reaction in each one of the dogs shows their personality. And I think the photographer's just made that choice to add colour and dimension and design. And there's one extra thing that I didn't actually see before, which is kind of embarrassing. I can't actually see it from where I'm sitting here because the light's in the way, but it's the ball in the middle at the bottom that's flat, which adds an extra level of humour because that's what happens when dogs get their teeth around tennis balls. They don't last very long. And that, to me, that's just like the full stop, a flat full stop at the end. And I think overall, how can this not be a gold? Like, regardless of whether or not we believe the tennis balls, whether we think that they look, over the top, these are very deliberate choices by the photographer who is clearly a master at their craft. So let's reward it.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, can you please rescore? The original score was 87. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Just a fun fact. Did you know that snails can't snail in reverse? It's a fun fact. Oh, you guys were here. Oh, I thought I had a fresh crowd. I do. I've got lots of little fun facts. Do you know that ants yawn? I know. Sorry. Anyway. You've put your scores in. We can come back to that. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Have we got a comment for the entrance, please? Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, well done for your bronze award. I really enjoyed the capture of the triple, getting a free ride up the top there from the little one. It's well in focus and beautiful light on them. I was a little bit distracted by the background and the texture that actually goes over the snails as well. And I'm not quite sure if they added to the image. But the snails themselves are beautifully photographed. Well done.
Thank you, Emma. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 74. Can I have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Russell.
Microphone. I enjoyed the study of this insect, and but I just felt the fall off at the back a little bit, and the far leg coming out of its mouth being a bit soft kind of distracted me when I got up there. But otherwise, a great attempt at a study.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have a blank screen, please? Just going to do one judge swap. Emma, thank you for your time. And Joe, can you jump back on, please? Thank you. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Joe's going to argue that one, challenge that one, I should say.
I don't think
Take
that
it
can
away.
be right, guys. You're wrong. I gave this an 85. It's just so beautiful. And it's so quiet. There's all this chaos and colour and this gorgeous autumnal scene. And then there's this beautiful dog just looking at itself in the water. And I don't know, maybe someone can tell me. The dogs know it's their own reflection. But it's just beautiful and quiet and gorgeous. And I think if this was your dog, you'd just think this was exquisite. It's just so beautiful. Talk to me.
Thank you, Joe. Jackie, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
73. I don't think the dog's looking at itself. And I wasn't sure what it was looking at because it seems to be peering into something that's out of scene that we can't see behind that rock. That was my impression anyway. And I guess I wanted that dog to be engaged with doing something else, and it feels like it's in the middle of the right moment. The blurry foreground, I didn't see it enhancing the photograph. Besides, maybe it's got rid of something else that was distracting in there. But I'm listening. Hey.
Thank you, Jackie. Have we got someone else? Russell, would you like to add something? Take it away.
Well, I completely concur with Jackie, actually. It makes the eye, my eye struggles to settle, and I don't believe the dog's looking at itself either. And the blurry background, my eye's fighting to deal with the dog because it's too busy dealing with everything else. And I gave it a 74.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else? Oh, yeah, go, Katie. And then we'll go back to Joe.
I just wanted to add my voice because I am in support of it. Like, I've given it 78. I'm willing to come up a little bit. Whether or not it's looking at itself, it's definitely looking at the water and possibly contemplating whether or not it should go for a swim. But I really enjoy everything that you said, Joe, about the image. I actually really enjoy that it looks as though the dog's in this kind of central point surrounded by blur. I really enjoy that at the bottom. I enjoy the way that it wraps around the subject. So I'm willing to come up a couple of points. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Joe, back to you for a right of reply.
Thanks for your support there, Katie. Pretty much everything she said. I do. The more I look at it, the more, and I'm sitting right in front of it, so I've got the best perspective. The more I think the dog's looking straight at itself and probably wondering, who's that dog? I just think it's, we got a lot of dogs being funny and we've got a lot of dogs jumping, and now we've got a quiet dog. And I love this quiet dog. I love this peaceful, quiet, autumnal dog. Just give it a few more points, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a blank screen, please? Joe, I'm really sorry to do this to you, but we've just brought you on and now we're going to have to take you off because you need to go to newborn. They're starting bang on time. You haven't been asked to, Katie. Well, you're staying there. I think so. I only got head Joe summons. Chris Anderson, can you jump back on, please? I don't know. Oh, you need your doofer. Here it is. There we go. Okay. Hey, look, I'm just doing what I was told, and they said they need Joe. Sarah just came and got you. I don't know. Just stay here until you're told, Katie. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? All right. We have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. You want to challenge it, Jackie? Oh, Richard, actually, you're 1 point higher. You can challenge. Way you go, Richard. Oh, everyone's fighting. Go.
I'm on 87, firm silver distinction. I'm not alone. Firstly, what a perfect paper choice for this environment. The snow is glistening under that sort of speckled paper. It's beautiful. The Malamute in that snow, owning that space, looking out over those jagged peaks. It's just a beautifully done image. I think everything's controlled pretty well, and I love that how there's that space that's been left for the dog behind him, and sort of holds him and frames him. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to come to Katie to hear what you have to say, please.
Jeez.
Oh, that microphone, it's out to get you.
That was the worst one yet. I like there's a little trick of the eye going on with this. What brought me down? Like I've given it 77, so it's still an award. What brought me down was that I couldn't understand why everything around the dog was out of focus. I can see now on a second look that it is further away than I anticipated when I first looked at it. So I guess that helps, and I'm definitely willing to come up. I do love the composition. I love the positioning of the dog. The scene itself is just spectacular. But it was just that there's so much real estate taken up by that kind of middle ground, which is all, it's got that slight blur, meaning that it's further away, and I kind of was wishing that there was a different choice of f-stop. But I'm willing to move. So.
Thank you, Katie. Jackie, if you'd like to add something, go for
In
it.
support of that, I was at 86, and it's an environmental portrait of this dog that lives in this space. And there's a sense of compression that's happening with the longer lens that's bringing those mountains into the story, and that's why the background is a little bit soft. But the dog also has this wonderful gesture of smelling the air, and that connected me too to this alpine environment. I'm 186.
Thank you, Jackie. Have we got anything else to add, team? Can we go back to you, Richard, for right of reply?
Yeah, isn't it interesting how that background falls off? Yeah, it looks like such a wide shot, which is unusual. It's almost a quality of a large format camera. Or potentially it's been shot with a longer lens and everything's been stitched together. Who knows? But it's... and I'm in favour of Malamutes. I've owned them myself, so I've got a soft spot. But just, yeah, him living in that space, framed by that space... It's themed to the dog. It's definitely his environment, and I love it.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 85, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Richard.
Wonderful sort of abstract capture of this gannet. It's really great. Just something to help out. I think it really deserves a bit more space around it. Just give him a bit more air.
Thank you, Richard. Can we have the next print, please? Just waiting. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Oh, you're going to, yep, Katie's there. Hand up in the air. You can challenge that one. Take it away.
Okay, I've given it 87. I have questions about this, and so I do want to talk about it because I'm like, is this the dog's fantasy or is this the owner's fantasy? I don't know. Do they kind of have like a secret hatred for the cat? I've not seen something like this before. I think it's cute. I think it's been really beautifully done, beautifully executed, really beautifully printed on some pretty special paper. So from a technical, craftsmanship point of view, it's pretty great. But I want to hear what other people think, because I suspect you've got some questions too, and I think it's worth talking about so we can see where it really should land. So I'm on 87. Where are you guys at?
Thank you, Katie. I am going to come to Richard now. It's like the battle between the two of you all the time. Take it away.
Not always. I'm on 78, and I didn't think I would be. When I went up there, I started having questions. So let's answer some of these questions. There's a toilet next to the bath, and there's absolutely no detail in there. It looks like the seat's floating. Whilst I understand why the cat's petrified and wants to get out of that bath, whilst the dogs are sort of sitting there almost intended to have some sort of romance, the expression on their faces is one of, they look pretty scared and worried too, like someone's holding them in the bath for the shot, or they don't want to be in the bath. I know that's not intended for the story, but I wasn't convinced by the expressions on the dogs. And so I just need those answered.
Thank you, Richard. Chris, would you like to add something? Go for it.
I'm on 84, so I was in really strong silver, so I'm not that far away. And yeah, super questions. Like, okay, I'll tell you what I saw. You know when like parents kiss and their kids go, blah! That's what that cat's doing, right? So it's like, oh, don't do that in front of me. Except that, why is there not a love heart? Why is there a duck? Why is there a duck in that balloon? I don't understand why there's a duck, and I want to. They're in the bath, I get it, but I feel like there's a romance, and it's a bit like what Richard said about their faces don't quite mesh with that romance story, is the duck doesn't quite either. So it's like, oh, there's like, I'm so close to, help me out.
Thank you, Chris. Have we got anything else to add before we go back to Katie for right of reply? Take it away. Careful with that button. Ooh.
I mean, ducks do belong in bathtubs, so I think that's just part of the kind of cute clichéness of it. I do see a very subtle shape to the bottom of the toilet there. It's subtle, yes. There's probably been a little bit heavy-handed burning, in that area. Maybe it's like the dogs are playing a game of keepy-uppy. Do you know what that is? Like maybe they've been instructed, don't let there is a bit of fear in their faces. So I agree. So I'm clutching. Like I wanna know the answers to these questions. I was really hoping that you guys would answer them for me. So thanks very much for not doing that, because I don't know that I can really fully convince you all to come up. But look, I'm there. I'm at 87. I think it's worth it. We don't always know the answers to every question that we ask, but yeah, let's just let's see where we land.
Thank you, Katie. Judges, please rescore. And Katie, can you just pop your score back in, please? Stop chatting. And we remain on 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? This is our final print entry for the animal category. So I just want to do one last shout out to our print handlers for all the awesome work behind the scenes, moving the prints through and adding the award badges on those images that have been awarded. And then we're going to watch Honours do a real speedy setup, putting the monitor in so we can start the digitals. It'll be so fast. Okay, we have a score of 79, a bronze award, which puts us into the review process. Chris, did you want to? You can challenge it if you want to. We're
let's
going to
challenge
review it
this.
anyway, so yeah, okay, where you go.
Let's have a quick chat. So I'm on 82, and I put this into silver, and I put it because aside from all the things that you want in an image, it's well captured. It's sharp where it wants to be. All that stuff. Like tonal range has been handled really well. I really appreciate kind of that the red green thing that's happening, right? So there's the green of the leaves, that red thing that's coming up, and then the grasshopper, where there's an echo of the grasshopper's antenna is echoed with the edges of the two leaves that are sticking out. So there's kind of like, it's okay. So it's nature is hiding in the plant. This all makes sense. Like it's showing us this animal and its natural habitat and why it survives in here, because it does fit. So I think that's just been captured well enough to put it into silver.
Thank you, Chris. Richard, we're coming to you, if we can. Can I? Can I? I can come to you. Can you please? The reason I am is because you're down the other end. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm at 76 bronze. Can see what you're saying. And looking at it back from here, actually, I can almost actually now see an alligator coming up with his tongue hanging out, about to bite that cricket. But so I've added to it now, so take it away.
Thanks, Richard. Russell really wants to speak, so we'll let him speak, eh?
Yeah, I scored similarly to Richard. Is it bringing anything different this time than what's been brought before? And I actually don't believe that the insect is hanging on to what looks like it's hanging on to. I mean, its legs are going straight past it. It's not gripping it in any way. So, yeah, I like what you saw, Chris, but this time it's not as believable to me.
Thank you, Russell. Anything else to add? All right, Chris, all yours.
Thanks, guys. I guess I'm not comparing this to anything else we might have seen today. I want to judge each image on its own, whether it's strong or not, and I'm putting everything else out of my head. So I'm looking at this one. So I know what you mean, but I don't care, because I want to judge this image as a standalone piece. The alligator thing, that's super cool. I didn't see that before. Now there's an element of danger. And how brave is this guy sitting on the tongue going, it's going to be okay, which I didn't see. I still think it's like, I get it. I still think it's just a really clean, beautiful capture that celebrates this insect, and it's in a location that explains why the insect is shaped and colored the way that it is, which is why I put it in silver. Come with me.
Thanks, Chris. Judges, can you please rescore? Chris, put your score in. Thank you. And we are on 79, which puts us into the review. So you're going to get another shot at it. Just wait for a moment. 79 or 80, please, judges. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Okay, that is our last print. So print handlers, you can take that print away. Thank you. And we're just going to quickly set up for the digitals. And then we're going to kick it off. Okay, we are back and we are rearing to go. Charlotte, if you can jump on for Katie. So just so everyone is clear, we've got Richard Wood, Amber Griffin, Chris Anderson, Russell Hamlet and Charlotte Reeves to start the digital judging. So are you ready to go there, Hayley? What do? You have to push the button. Yeah, that one. Okay, so you can open that up now. Yep, we're opening up the monitor. And we have our first digital image coming up. Sorry, live stream, there we go. We've got the first image up on the monitor at the front of the room and also on the live stream. We're good to go. Judges are now at the front of the room reviewing the first image. Okay, we have a score of 73. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Thank you, Amber.
The character coming out of this tui is really strong, and I think we all really enjoy that. However, the eye is just not quite in focus. So in order to bring it into the award range, we really need the eye to be in focus and perhaps not have the vertical twig or tree cutting right through its head at the back. But keep going.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 79. As we know, that puts us in the review. Chris, would you like to... Oh, actually, Charlotte, sorry, beg your pardon. You're higher. Just had a little moment of blurry eyes. So, Charlotte, you're on 83. You can challenge this.
Awesome. Chris said I could because I'm a horse person. So I'm on 83 on this one. I definitely think this deserves a silver. The moment that's been captured, I think it's so familiar for so many horse owners. It's that moment when they reach back to scratch an itch, and just that little detail of the lip not being quite aligned with the rest of the face, just a little bit off to the side there, a little bit of a quirky look on the horse's face, I think really captures that well. The tones have been captured beautifully. I mean, this is a very light coloured horse and there are no blown out highlights. There's a really great range of tones in the image. The close crop, I think, works really well to really just simplify the whole thing. It doesn't matter, we don't know what's going on in the background, it's all about the horse. So I'd love you guys to come up and join me in silver.
Thank you, Charlotte. Can I hear from Russell, please?
Well, I guess commenting about the tones, I mean, I looked at that too. The whole thing feels a little bit washed out to me. It doesn't have a great deal of sort of strength to its, to the energy coming off that image to us. Yes, I know nothing's blown out. Yes, I know nothing's blocked out. Sort of not. I've been associated with horses for a little while too. Just the air popping up above the horizon. It just doesn't feel like a very strong shot to me. It's quite busy. The close crop to me has sort of busied it up a little bit somehow for me.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Thank you. Were you leaning forward, Amber? Yes. Thank you.
I really appreciate all the textures that we can see in this horse, but I was on a 78 because I just feel like the photographer has got the crop slightly wrong. I want to shunt the whole horse to the left a little bit so that we lose a little bit of the left-hand side and we see the full curve at the bottom on the right, and then I feel like it would have been cropped a lot more effectively.
Thank you, Amber. Anything new? Okay, let's go back to Charlotte for right of reply, please.
Okay, so I actually disagree about the tones. I really think there is a great range of tones there. The shadow of the horse's head on the horse's side, I think that's the justification for keeping it on this crop. Yes, it would be nice to see a little bit more curve on the right-hand side, but I really think this is all about the horse's face and the expression. And those really nice relaxed ears, this horse is just reaching back to have a good old itch at something. And I think it's just caught this really ordinary moment and it's become a study in line and shape and tone and texture, and I think that's really beautiful. I think we really need to take this to silver, guys.
Thank you, Charlotte. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 79, which puts us into review. So I will click the magic button. And judges, if you can enter in a 79 or an 80, please. And we have a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have the next image, please? Okay. I have a score of 73. Can I have some feedback for the entrance, please? Thank you, Amber.
I really enjoy the moment, the crazy wind-swept feeling of this image. So I think you've captured the moment really well. However, the lighting just doesn't do your subjects justice, and I think that the grass in the foreground and a lot of the sky all just feels a little too bright. So it's probably an idea worth revisiting, maybe at a different time of day.
Thank you, Amber. Can we just take a moment to do a judge swap? Richard, thank you. You can jump off. And Russell, you can hop off for a break too. And can we have Craig and Steve, please? So we've got Craig Turner-Bullock and Steve Hussey jumping on. Thank you. What are you doing to yourself, Craig? Oh, Craig, you're a hot mess, mate. Do you want to stay off?
No, I'm going to get on.
You're going to get on. Okay, jump on that chair, mate. We're just all going to wait for Craig to set himself up. He's got a lot of kit with him. You bring a lot with you.
He does bring a lot.
He does bring a lot with him. All his bits. Okay, you logged in? Okay. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, two more scores. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, for the entrant. Hello, Amber. Thank you.
This is my favourite animal. I just adore turtles. Or tortoise. It's a turtle. It's a turtle. Okay, thank you. It's a turtle. I just think that if you had found a way to separate the background a little from your subject, it would have really elevated this shot. There's so much beautiful texture within the animal. It would be nice for that to stand out a little more than the background does.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And oh, yes, I saw you, Chris. I was waiting for it. Chris is going to challenge this. Take it away.
I am. I'm on 86, so I put this up into silver with distinction. So let's talk about what we're looking at first, and then how it feels. So I think the photographer's done an excellent job of giving us enough information to understand where we are. We're in the concrete jungle. We're in a city. We've left some information in at the left, so we're probably on the, where a side street comes out to a main street. So there's enough for me to understand that we're in potentially a busy city. And this animal, I'm going to say this poor animal, is creeping around the side. Now, you can't sort of give an animal instructions to look this way. I'm not going to comment on whether or not, this animal looks scared, looks sad. There's a haunted sadness in the animal's eyes, and it feels haunted. The ears are down. There's almost a submissive thing, and it's just creeping around the corner. Now I know I can't see the whole dog, which is what you'd expect if it's tentative and it's nervous and concerned. So, as a character study of an animal that is in an environment maybe they don't want to be in, or they're a bit frightened, it gave me the feels. And that's pretty important. That's what put me into silver with distinction. I feel like technically the eyes are sharp, the fur is what it should be, there's good color separation between the animal and all that. Like all the stuff that you need to, the basics are handled, and then the feeling is given, which is what put me there.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to come to Craig now. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I'm just out of awards range on 74 on this one, and I think it's been crafted really beautifully. And I think the craft and the light don't match that mood. And I guess if we're going to have the dog looking like it is a little scared, I would like the rest of the content of the image to back that up, and I don't quite get that from this one.
Thank you, Craig. Have we got anyone else to add something new? Thank you, Amber.
I was in the awards range for this on a 78, and I could probably be talked up a little higher. I really appreciate the emotion and the mood of this portrait, and I think one of the things that I do really enjoy about it is the control and the simplicity of the background. The leading lines that are all drawing us right into the emotion in that face. And Craig, you said that it was beautifully crafted. I actually feel like the lighting is really quite beautifully crafted. I don't find it to be inappropriate for this portrait, so I'm very, very much listening, Chris.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else? Okay, Chris, you had your finger on the button. Take it away.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I think I'm with you, Amber. I think the light, it is what it is. And if you were to, you have two choices. Either three. You find this at a different time of day, or you construct it at a different time of day, or you burn the background down to the point where it really risks looking inauthentic. And it doesn't look inauthentic. There's no haloing around this. There's none of the telltale signs of overworking. So like there's There's an element about that's honest that I like, and the lighting doesn't bother me. It doesn't, because like the expression carries everything for me. The expression is enough. Even if it was brightly lit like the middle of the day, that'd be pretty scary too. So it's interesting that there's an absence of other life in here, because maybe in the real world there are cars and trucks and buses and people and chaos. And the photographer's done a really good job of just zeroing us in, and everything is drawing us in. Like Amber said, the leading lines are drawing us into that face, which is where the emotion is. And if it has been beautifully crafted and it carries emotion and it's simple and effective, we should be rewarding this with what we're on a bronze at the moment?
We're on 78, yeah.
Okay, so
Bronze award.
we've only got a couple of points to get this into silver, which is at least where it should live. So please come up.
Thank you, Chris. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 74. Can I have a comment, please?
I think the light and the wide angle, the distortion that the wide angle lens has given this is really quite dynamic, and beautiful colour tones through this. I feel like this was a really missed opportunity to take a step to the right and frame this dog so that pillar was not coming out of the top of its head.
Thank you very much, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 74. And are you challenging it there, Steve? Away you go. Take it away, my friend.
I scored this in the award range 78. Really for the humour of it. With this pose, I always think of his master's voice, the listening into the gramophone, and I think if that were the case, this is death metal or ska punk dog doing that. And I just think it's quirky, it's ragged. There are things going on that keep me at a bronze, not higher. But I think it's humorous take, and I like the catchlight in its eye.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, Charlotte, take it. Oh, careful with that microphone. It's very zappy.
So I'm down at the other end. I'm at 71 on this one. Initially, from afar, I do actually like the really poignant expression on the dog's face. And I think it's a really interesting choice of composition to have the dog facing into the edge of the frame like that. It's a little bit unconventional. When I got up close, though, unfortunately, I noticed that there's some pretty washed out blacks in the rest of the body of the dog. And I think if the photographer had just embraced that dramatic lighting and gone with that same level of contrast in the rest of the body of the dog and actually allowed some of those blacks to be properly black without pulling back detail into them, it would make the dog feel a lot more cohesive, and it would take my attention away from those areas of the body back to the expression in the face, which is where I really want to be.
Thank you, Charlotte. Amber, you want to have a turn? Where you go.
I just need a turn.
Just a little turn.
Only from an education perspective, I just wanted to add for the photographer that if the vignette that is around the dog had actually just been lifted and sort of placed in the centre of where that dog's head is, I think it would have really helped to elevate this image.
Thank you, Amber. Are we heading back to Steve now for right of reply? Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with both those comments, and I think that the photographer will take those away and use them and go on and create some really great work. Today we're on a 74. I'd ask we squeak it up just to recognise that they are on a journey in the right direction, and we're giving them one more point in recognition of that.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Craig, you're going to challenge it? Yep. Sorry, I just didn't see you down there. You're way, way away. That's okay. No, it's all good. Take it away, Craig.
I'm on 82 on this one, and I just thought that the atmosphere of this was really beautiful. Love that misty scene. The dog is placed really nicely. Beautiful expression, lovely detail in the whites, and I really like the mirroring of the shape of the dog with the colour in the edge of the tree coming around. So I think a couple more points would be worthy of this image for a silver score.
Thank you, Craig. Can I hear from Steve, please, down the other end?
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit stingy here because I loved a lot of this image as well. I love the ambience, the mist and the reflected colours. I scored at 73. The main reason I stayed so low is I just found the legs being truncated off by the foreground just made me feel like the dog, wasn't completely in the scene or as elegant as the dog should have been. Felt if the photographer had just, changed their point of view, it would have gone up immensely for me. But I really am listening. Yeah.
Thank you, Steve. Have we got anything else to add? Anyone leaning forward? Oh, who's that? Oh, Charlotte, yes. Thank you.
I won 76 on this one, which is bronze. I do agree that the dog has been beautifully rendered. There's a lot of sharpness in the face, which is really great to see. What was stopping me from going up into silver range, I just can't unsee those areas of warmth in the background, whether it's a little bit of autumn foliage, something in the background there that just keeps stealing my attention away from the dog. I guess because it's the same colour as the dog, find it a little bit distracting. I also find the dog's proximity to the tree just a little bit close. I'd like to see a little bit more space around the dog to allow them to really shine in the image, but definitely listening.
Thank you, Charlotte. Have we got anything else to add? All right, Craig, back to you.
Okay, so in terms of the angle of this image, I think if we went higher to shoot this, we wouldn't see the legs anyway because the grass is long. And this is a working breed of dog. and I think this is the type of environment that it would normally work in. So I think that the way that it's been captured and the angle, I think, just draws us into that. I don't mind those colours. I think they echo the dog nicely and take you on a little journey up through that tree and back down the trunk behind and back to the dog again. So it's got a nice cyclical feel for me. And yeah, I like the diagonals of that main trunk that keeps me in the frame. So I'm at 82. I'd love to get this a couple more points.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, can you please rescore? Craig, can you put your score in my quiet voice? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 72. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Amber.
It's so refreshing to see a different animal in this category, so thank you very much for presenting us with that. In order to elevate this into the awards level, just take care with your crop that you don't chop the poor ape's fingers off at the top there, and make sure that your background doesn't overtake the animal. It's just it's too contrasty and too bright, and it just competes with your subject.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 83, a silver award. And whoa, we've got a whole lot of challenges. Whoa, guys, just chill. Oh, actually, you're going to have paper, scissors, rock because Craig and Chris are on the same score. Okay, Chris, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so there's two of us on 87, which is a strong silver with distinction. Oh my gosh, impact, this image, as soon as it shows up, like this smacks you in the face. Like that initial impact is really important. So it's already kind of won you over at that point, and then you go in and have a look. And it's been really beautifully handled. I mean, the tonal range in this is wonderful. The choice to give this to us in black and white instead of color is a bit interesting and unique, and I like that. There's enough information about the environment that's been left in the crop. You can see the top of the water. You can see the base. It's all good. There's a little bit of funkiness in the water, as there probably should be. There should be a little bit of stuff, but it's real and not overpowering. Like, none of it looks like a fault. And all these other fish that are around, they're all like, they're rendered beautifully. Like, I just find this incredibly graphic and impactful, and I can hear that music playing that we know, and I don't know, when something hits you in the face like this, you should reward it. So Craig and I are an 87, and let's find out why everyone else isn't.
Okay, let's find out why Charlotte is not. Welcome, Charlotte.
Yeah, so I think I perhaps underscored this a little. I'm on 76 in award range in bronze. I was definitely given a lot of impact as soon as I looked at the image. I felt that the sort of situation that you would have to be in to capture this sort of image is pretty crazy. And I think it's because of that I didn't score it higher, because while there is a good range of tones in the shark itself, I feel like the background just sort of fails to deliver that same level of drama that I would like to see in this kind of image. There's a lot of just grey in the background, and yes, there's some nice detail in the fish, and yes, there's some highlights towards the top showing the surface of the water, but in behind the shark and towards the bottom of the image, I would just love to see some drama happening there, which would really emphasise the speed and savagery of this animal. But yeah, I've definitely underscored it. I'm not sure if I'm quite up in silver distinction because of that.
I saw Craig's eyebrows first, in the distance between between all the other heads. Take it away, Craig.
I don't think we need drama in the scene when we've got so much drama in our subject. Like, I look at this and I feel like I am under this animal, about to be overwhelmed by it, shall we say. I'm not going to say eaten by it, because despite popular belief, sharks don't just go around eating people. But I think there's so much impact, personality in this. I think that those fish swimming up at the top, those are this shark's prey. To talk about the factual elements of the image for a minute, that's what this shark is after. So having them at the top really adds a level of storytelling, and it's an environmental portrait that has got that. I also really love that there's a couple of cleaner wrasse there that are there to, tidy up after the shark and clean its gills and whatnot. So there's that, and then I believe this is a reef shark, so having that reef at the bottom also just hammers home for me the environmental portrait nature of this image. But all of what Chris said as well, the impact and the drama and everything is there for me. It's this 87. We need to score it as such.
Thank you, Craig. Have we got anything else to add, team? Okay, back to Chris for right of reply.
Well, Craig's done pretty much all the heavy lifting, so thanks, Craig. And just to talk about the background, it's got to be grey. If it was black, you'd lose the blacks on the tips of the fins. If it was white, you'd kind of lose the body. So the grey is perfect because it allows the tonal range of the animal to come through all the way, and the fish and everything else. Perfect choices. Excellent. Now that we're talking about it, I'm cranky. I can't go any higher. So I'm locked in at 87. But I'd love for you guys at least to come up with silver distinction, please.
Thank you, Chris. Judges, can you please rescore? Chris, enter your score. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. I'm just going to do a quick judge change around. Oh, Chris, I'm really sorry. You did such good work, and now I'm going to ask you to step down for a little bit. It's not a reflection on the effort that you put in. Emma, would you like to jump in for a bit? Thank you, Chris. You did a great job. I'll just give Emma a moment to log in. All good? Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. comment for Craig? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I think this is a lovely portrait with great personality, and the presentation with the key line around the circle kind of is resemblant of the bug eyes of the Frenchie, which I quite enjoy. I feel like you need to pull back a bit on your sharpening. It's very, very crunchy in all the fur areas, so not so heavy on that, and I think that would lift this.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, one more score. We have an initial score of 80, a silver award. Steve is in the gold range, so you are challenging. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, I scored this 91. I think it's very, very clever. I love the use of the reflection, but the completely contrasting texture of the bottom half to the top half. Find the kingfisher is sharp throughout, where it needs to be. The action of the water and the droplets give it a sense of movement and action, and the colours of the kingfisher are very captivating. I quite like the top line of cooler colour along the top. I just find it frames that top bird. Feels like it's two photos, and I just think it's working really, really well for me. I think it's worthy of a gold.
Thank you. Craig, I'm coming down to you now, please, at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I'm at 72, and you're going to have to do a lot of talking for me to get this into awards range, I'm afraid. I think the moment is awesome, and I think the angle that this is captured at is fantastic. And I quite enjoy the lines in through the reflection at the bottom, but the bird has got no detail in those blacks. Compositionally, it's not really doing it for me. The bird is flying to the left and all the space is in the right. I think as we have caught our prey and are flying off, the space should be on the other side. Yeah, I'm listening to what you've got to say, but I'm not close to gold at all.
Thank you, Craig. Have we got anyone else to add something? Someone leaning forward? Steve's head's really big, so I can't see. Okay. I mean, no, I'm not well, okay, no, I'm just not going to say anything. Did anyone else want to say anything?
Steve, I really admire your optimism so much. No, I do. I really like it. But I'm really sorry this time what he said.
Is that all we've got? No one else wants to speak? Okay, Steve, back to you, please.
I so disagree. Look, it's flown in, it's hit the water, it's got the prey, it's flying out. I think the composition works really well for me. I love the negative space on the right-hand side. A little bit of drop off in the blacks. There's very little black on the bird anyway, and you're saying there's no detail in the black. That's a minuscule amount of black there. For that to be a big issue, that seems extreme. To get the pinpoint accuracy of the bird in flight with the prey in its mouth, the drops reflected, the framing of the white above it, the middle section, the reflection, the texture, I think there's so much more working for this than working against it. You've given me just a couple of small problems with it. The wings, there's motion blur in those a little bit, but the actual body I feel is sharp. I'm not hearing why it's down at 80. I can understand you might not want to go up to gold, that's fine, but I think I haven't heard much against it, really.
Thank you,
I
Steve.
rest my case.
Judges, please rescore. It is on 80, yes. And we remain on 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Next image, please. Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award, and Steve is in the gold range, which pushes us into a challenge.
I'm a
So
sucker for punishment.
take it away.
Here we go. So this is, I've scored at 90. I think the position of this dog is exquisite. I love the S behind it and the S in the foreground and the way that they meet and anchor that dog in the position that it's in. I love the stillness, the contemplation, and yet the alertness of the dog. I think the pose is really wonderful, majestic, and I feel that the brown flat background just makes it stand out and makes a complete situational, observational portrait of that dog in the right place at the right time. I really like where the trees are positioned around its head, just the pale ones coming up from its body bring you back down into the actual dog. So I think, again, I love it. I'd love to hear why. Well, I wouldn't really love to hear why you don't love it, but you know.
Thank you, Steve. Charlotte, we'd love to hear what you have to say. I was almost about to call you out, Craig, but we'll go Charlotte first.
Okay, I'm on 74, which is nearly into award range, and I possibly could be convinced to come up a little. What held me back? A couple of things. While I do appreciate the expression of the dog and the pose of the dog, where the dog's back legs and tail come down to the ground, it just feels a little bit mushy, and I can kind of see some masking issues there. The background treatment it's very flat, it's very desaturated, low in contrast, and the dog, by comparison, has quite a lot of contrast, a lot of sharpness. I feel like the eyes are very, very bright, to the point where I think they might have been a little bit over sharpened and over brightened. And there's just that discrepancy between the editing treatment of the background and of the dog that is sort of holding me back from going into award range. But I am listening if there's anything more to be said about this one.
Thank you, Charlotte. Amber, was it you? Yep. Amber, you next. Thanks.
This time, Steve, I'm actually very much in support of this image. You are not alone up there. I gave this image initially an 86, and as the first thought that I had when it came up was the whole thing felt texturally sumptuous. Like I know the background has been really, it's been worked a lot to kind of decolour it and make that of real secondary importance to that beautiful dog. But I really like the way that the photographer has chosen to do that. And I also kind of like the fact that the dog's not really perfectly posed. It just seems like a little bit of a dreamy, sort of an in-between kind of a moment. I really like it. I don't know that I could come to gold, but I feel really happy on 86.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add that's new? Oh, just quickly then, Craig. Go on then.
Just with what Amber said on the pose, I think it's that the dog's left leg on our right, as we're looking at it, that has kept me at 76. I maybe feel like I might have been a little bit harsh. I could maybe find some silver in me. But yeah, again, I'm not at gold for the reasons that Charlotte said, and that leg. I think with the photographer posing this dog and having that within their control, we could have got a nicer stand here.
Thank you, Craig. Steve, back to you for a right of reply.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your support, Amber. And thank you that you're coming up to silver as well, Craig. I heard that. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think the treatment of the background, Charlotte, really works for me. I'm totally with Amber on that. I think it's intentional. It's a white dog to make it really stand out, to give it that elegance and that regal appearance, almost ghostly appearance. You know, you want to separate it from the background as much as you can, and I think it's a really nice way of doing it. I love that colour, you know, that palette. I think it's really complementary. I don't mind the muddiness too much at the base of the dog, but you're right, there is a bit there. Let's see what we can do. I think it should definitely be up a bit.
Thank you, Steve. Judges, can you please rescore? We have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, one more score. We have a score of 73. And can we have a comment, please, for our entrant? Thank you, Craig.
You've got some lovely sharpness on the bird here. I think that's really well captured and focused. I think the background competes a little bit with the subject, so maybe cropping to remove some of that, but maybe thinking about the lighting conditions where you're photographing as well to get a nice abundance of light on the bird and not have the background brightness competing. I think that would elevate you up into awards range.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? If you've just jumped on the live stream, just so you know, the wee pause that we get in between calling the image up and the scores being announced is the judges going to the front of the room to to look at the image on a monitor, and then they're returning to their computers to enter in their scores. And if you are in Christchurch or you're coming to Christchurch, please do come down to the Majestic and you are able to view the awarded print images in our print gallery, and there's also a digital screen displaying the awarded digital images. Okay, all the scores are in and we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. And Craig is challenging. I saw your arm in the distance.
I think we can get this 4 more points and take this into a distinction range. I love the light. The colour harmony is really, really gorgeous. And I love this fern coming down towards a dog, taking us right there. I think that is really nicely handled. So yeah, I think this should be a silver with distinction.
Thank you, Craig. I'm going to come to Charlotte to see what you have to say.
I feel like such a Grinch at the moment, goodness. So I like this image for those exact same reasons that you've mentioned, Craig. I do like that leading line coming down from the top. I'm actually sitting just under award range at 73 on this one, and I do feel there's a discrepancy between the way that the background has been treated and the way that the subject has been treated. The subject is beautifully rendered, really high contrast, there's tons of detail in there, there's that hint of rim light to separate the subject from the background. It's a gorgeous expression. And then the background just feels a little dull to me. It just feels a little dead. There's just not much life there. And I would imagine that with all of those greens, it's just such an opportunity to make it vibrant, to really sort of match the look of the dog a little bit more. And in the edit, you can actually see around the feet and the bottom of the dog, where there's some blades of grass that actually haven't been included in that background treatment, that sort of give away what the scene might have looked like without that editing done. And it just sort of takes you out of the experience. So that's why I'm sitting where I'm sitting. I'm obviously still listening to everyone, though.
Everyone's just jumped up to the screen, so Amber, you're the only one that's still seated and you wanted to talk, so away you go.
Thank you. I enjoy many aspects of this image, but what really left me wanting is that the intensity of the gaze of this dog is looking to something. And that fern is clearly in the background. It's not looking at that fern. And I feel really left wanting. What is that dog so captivated by? I was on 82, and I'd like to learn more.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add? No, where you go, Craig. All yours.
He's a spaniel. He's ready to flush some birds out of that bush. That's what he's looking at. I hear you on the background. I feel that for me, this one was within the realms of believability, because we get those shafts of light coming through in forests like this where there's lots of fern and, you know, the broken bushland. So for me, it could just be that there isn't that much light falling, and I think if there was a lot of light falling that the photographer has dimmed down, they've done a really nice job of that. I hear you on some of those other imperfections as well. That's why I'm not up higher, really. I just think the mood and the atmosphere of this is really beautiful, and I think it really suits the breed in a setting type of situation and in a colour tone, colour harmony kind of way as well. So I'd love to see this in the distinction range.
Thank you. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And Charlotte is leaning forward giggling, but she is the top scorer, so you're the challenger. Steve's not far behind you, though.
I feel like I'm in a parallel universe today. I actually scored this 86, and I'm not an overly emotional person, and looking at this image actually made me feel quite sad. I don't think I've ever seen a sad chicken before. And it just really struck me, the pose of the chicken, the really dejected feel, the fact that the light is coming from the left. We can't see the expression super clearly, but we don't need to, because all the expression is in the pose and the body position of the chicken. Obviously feeling sad because it's laid all these eggs, perhaps none of them have been fertilized. it's had this desire its entire life to have children, to have babies, and it's never going to happen. And I think that's quite a sad thing to contemplate. And it was really just that emotion. And also, I think it's also been really nicely photographed as well with the light. It just really picks up all the detail in those broken shells down the bottom. There's so much detail and texture in the feathers. I think the whole thing being in the shape of an egg, I mean, of course, it just totally makes sense. I would really love you guys to have another look at this and just really think about the story and the emotion that's present in this image and come up and join me in Silver Distinction.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to come to Craig, who is at the other end on 72. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm at 72, and I feel like she's dejected because there's only one egg that hasn't been made into an omelette yet. And I get the chicken in the egg shape thing, but I don't think that is enough to give it the innovation that I'm looking to go into a higher scoring range. But what kept me out of awards really is that I could feel connected to the chicken, but her face is completely shaded. You get all this detail in the eggs, as you said, but there's some fairly nice detail in the bird's feathers, but the face is completely obscured. I think the lighting hasn't been handled in the best way on this one. So I'm at 72. Maybe I've been mean. I'm still listening and deciding, but yeah.
Thank you, Craig. Steve, you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I'm in support of Charlotte. I scored 81 silver. I'm going to go up a little bit. I don't know if I'll go to silver distinction. The things that I've noticed that I like extra about this is that the shading on the face and the loss of detail adds to the sadness and the forlorn nature of the chicken. You can still see its eye. It's looking down. It's looking so dejected. I've never seen a dejected chicken, but this one is. And the darkness on its shoulders and on its back from the shadow just adds to the weight of it and the sadness of it. The eggs disappearing off the mat just shows that this is just the end of the line for this chicken. It's been a continuous process, and maybe it's looking at just dropping itself off the end of the table.
Okay, yes, Amber, your turn. Thank you, Steve.
Sorry, just after that, could we just come back to reality a little bit? I awarded this a 76 for the emotional factors of this image, but what keeps me down in the bronze range is that in the feathers on the top of the chicken's head, I think that there are some real editing issues about the way that they sort of integrate with the background. And I like the ovals egg crop, but that's definitely not an original idea. That's all.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add? No? Okay, back to you, Charlotte. Take it away.
Gosh, have a heart, Craig. Stop sticking in your stomach. There's just so much emotion in this. It's been talked about the darkness in the actual chicken's face, and I think that really just goes towards, chickens they're everywhere. There's millions of chickens all over the world. They're anonymous. We don't recognise them as individuals. And I think this chicken just feels like I'm just another one of these, just churning out the eggs, never doing what I was actually biologically meant to be doing. And yes, the egg shape is an obvious shape to have. I don't think that takes away from the fact it's very effective in this case. The feathers on the top of the head, I think that's just where the plane of focus is sharpest. They're just quite sharp there. I think we can at least get this one up into silver. What are we on?
We're on a bronze, 78.
Okay, we can definitely get this one up into silver, guys. Just give it a chance and really just open yourself, as I have, to the emotional impact of this image.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 73. And can I have a comment, please, for the entrance? Yeah, thank you, Emma.
Yeah, there's a really nice soft moment in his or her eyes, which is beautiful. So well done for capturing that sort of solitude moment. Just regarding lighting, that the main light is really on the back, and it's quite hot, and there's not a lot of light on the face. So maybe just think about waiting a moment till they move, or just a different time of day. Well done.
Thank you, Emma. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. Final score to come in. It's okay, Craig. We have a score of 83, a silver award. Yes, I can see, Craig. You're right there. I can see it on here. You're in the gold range, which means it goes to an automatic challenge. So you can start talking.
I think we're looking in at such a special moment here. This chimpanzee is really fresh. Like, it's still wet fresh. And I don't think we really ever have the opportunity to look in at that moment. You know, to capture this, whether it's captive or wild, is pretty bloody rare. And I think that we just should sit with the uniqueness and the emotion of that for a little while and have a bit more of a chat about it. I think it's really special.
Thank you, Craig. I'm going to come to the Grinch. Charlotte. Sorry, you called yourself the Grinch first. I'm just doing it for a lull. Can we hear from you, please, and what you have to say?
Okay, I scored this one in award range at 76, a bronze. Maybe I'm a little bit slow. When I went up to the image, it just took me a little while to work out what I was looking at, and then I realised it's the back of a baby's head, and you can see the ear there that gives that away. I did get that, but it just took me a little while. And I think it's just that delay in that visual communication actually coming through and telling the story that kind of prevented me from going higher. I am open to the idea that I was wrong there, so I will probably come up on this one. I also feel that it's such a tight moment, and all the detail is important, but that hand coming through and kind of obscuring part of the bottom of the face, I just felt it like it's a little bit of a barrier, and the fact that it's difficult to actually see the expression on the face, I don't think we can really see the eyes, that felt like a bit of a barrier as well. So there were just a few things there that kind of held me back. Once again, though, I'm listening and I will consider coming up.
Thank you, Charlotte. Steve, you want to add something? Go for it.
Thank you. I scored this 81, and Craig, I was wrong. You were right. You can quote me. Put that on. No, I didn't realise how fresh that baby was, but you can see, you know, it's sort of bits of afterbirth on it, and the dent on the back of its skull. I'd originally hadn't gone as high because I couldn't see its hand and I couldn't see a bit of its face or whatever, but it's almost like the awkwardness of the mother and sort of discovering its newborn is so much more emotive when it is awkward and when the hand isn't showing and she's trying to figure it out. But if you look at her eye, there's wetness underneath her eye, and I just think, oh my God, I don't know if I'm just making that up, but have a look at the left eye, and there's just a rim of wetness around it, and I just wonder, if she's sensing that emotion that we would. So I'm going up to gold.
Thank you, Steve. Emma, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, sorry, I'm on 84, Craig, and I'm definitely going to come up as well. It's just that moment, that special moment that, we don't get to see, and the detail in that hand, and the fact it's there and obscuring, it's more just the mother going, look what I've got, like it's just a moment, and it's so special, so, yeah.
Thank you, Emma. Amber, did you want... Oh, you do. Okay, away you go.
I was on 83 and I need a little bit of help, please, Craig. I understand the rarity and specialness of the moment. I'm confused a little about the crop. I don't know why there's so much space on the right-hand side and the bottom when the top is so tight. The crop feels a little off for gold for me. And also, why is the focus on the hand? If you could answer those for me, it would help.
Thank you, Amber. We're going to go back to Craig now for right of reply and some answering of questions.
I think the focus is on the hand a little more, but I think that's okay. We've got enough detail to see what's going on, to see the story, to see this intimate moment, that it's the mother's first touch. I think the hand is really important. I think compositionally, what's been left in on that right side is important as well. Otherwise, we'd be cropping in and truncating the wrist. And I think that was very deliberate and intentional. Thanks for your support, Steve. I'm glad we're still friends. I think also that indentation on the skull, like this newborn is as exposed as it can be. This is a huge trust for this chimp to expose that, and especially to allow a photographer in on this moment. And I think it's really, really beautiful, and it's been handled really nicely. So I'm glad to hear I've got some people coming up with me. I think we're probably there, actually, if there's the other two of you. So, yeah, let's rescore.
Thank you, Craig. As you said, let's rescore. And we have a score of 89, a silver distinction, and that puts us in the review. So I'll just hit the whirligig. Should be able to rescore now, 89 or 90. And we remain on 89, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? One more score to come. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? You offering a comment there, Craig?
Yep. I think you've captured a really cool, intense moment here. I think you've overcooked it in the edit. It's super, super contrasty. You're losing detail in your highlights. And I think with such a strong energy pushing to the left, that bright white lure on the right-hand side needs to be cropped out. It's quite distracting. So it's all stuff you can fix in the edit, because the actual capture itself, I think, is really, really striking.
Thank you. Now watch me multitask. Can we have the next image, please? Haley just ducked away, so I had to do both jobs. I just shuffled my seat across a little bit. Asked myself for the next image. Worked a treat. Okay. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer on a great silver. I really enjoy the aesthetic you're doing with the background. It feels very illustrative, and it makes the subject really pop. I think that's really to be applauded. I enjoy the aesthetic. I think the treatment of your subject is really dignified in this situation. Is all the white is there. You've done a great job of settling them in a little nest of black as well. I think it's a great photograph. Well done.
Thank you, Steve. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. You want to challenge it, Charlotte? Yep, go for it. You're up there.
I was actually really undecided about this image. I think it's such a common thing to have you match a sad subject with a dark colour scheme or a low-key feel. This is such a high-key image. There's just so many light tones in here, and they've actually been handled really beautifully. And yet the dog feels really dejected, really downcast, really sad. And at first I was confused about that. I am still confused about that. But I do feel like it's just a really interesting juxtaposition of emotion and tone. And I just really want to talk about it.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to come to you, Amber. Oh, you're standing up, sorry. Please sit down. Can we hear from you, please? You're on the other end. Thanks.
I was on the other end. I'm sitting at 72. Because I feel like there are too many technical things in here for me to bring it into the awards range. There's some kind of weird haloing stuff going on around the outside of the dog. Like if you look at the back of the dog, the fur has some shadows underneath it that just don't really look authentic. And if you look at the corner of the plinth that the dog is on, there's like cloning mark on the corner there. But I'm definitely listening, and I feel really confused as to why the photographer has photographed the dog in this way with not quite enough light on the face. And I also I want to, it just feels so empty to me, which I suppose is the point of the sadness. But yeah, I need some help, please.
Thank you, Amber. Can I hear from someone else? If there's something else to add? Yeah, Craig, please.
Yeah, I gave it 78, so not too far away from silver. I kind of like that the dog is sad and the face is the darker part. We kind of look around and then we get there and then we kind of see the sadness. So for me, I thought that was quite nicely done. What kept me out of silver is what you've mentioned. So I think that the emotive qualities of this are definitely worthy of awarding the photographer. I think that a couple of those technicals will probably keep me out of silver.
Thank you, Craig. Have we got anything else? Otherwise, I'm going back to you, Charlotte, please, for a right of reply. Thank you.
I'm glad we had a chance to talk about this one because I feel like it deserved it. I can't really hear anything too terribly bad about it other than those few little technical issues. And yes, I can see them, and just a little bit of fringing, just a little bit of mushiness in that bottom right-hand corner. But I just feel like this has such an interesting, it's such an interesting concept, and it's not something I've come across before. You know, we often go for happy expressions and positive expressions and all that sort of thing. And this one has been deliberately shot to create this look, and yet shot in such a high key way that is so often paired with just like a happy feel. So it's a confusing image and it's a confronting image, and I think we need to reward that by giving it a silver. Please come up.
Thank you, Charlotte. Judges, can you please rescore? And we've remained at 77, a bronze award. Great discussion. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Craig? Yes, thank you.
I think this dog feels like it's in bliss. I love the expression. I think the elements in the composition are all there. I think that they just need slight rearranging. With the panoramic crop, pulling the dog out just a little bit more away from those trees, I think would give the dog a little bit more separation into that kind of hazy space behind, and it would really allow us to absorb that beautiful expression without the dark, heavy tree line following straight down the back there.
Thank you, Craig. We're just going to do a wee judge swap. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Amber. Take a break. And Chris and Russ, can we grab you on, please? Give you a moment to log on. Alrighty, Chris is good. Russ will get there. He's good. Okay. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, one more score. Here we are. 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Yeah, Craig, did you, you putting your hand up for a comment? Yeah, cool, please. Go for it.
I think this is a really lovely moment, and I think that the atmosphere here is all there and ready to go. I think the edit really lets it down. The colour toning in the foreground is quite challenging to look at, and through that kind of misty stuff, the dust that the horse is kicking up there are a lot of hard lines from cloning tracks and things there visible. So tidying up this edit and revisiting the colour would probably get this up a lot further, I think.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score here of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And can I have a comment, please? Thank you. Oh, Chris or Steve? Either or. Chris, where you go.
Congrats on the bronze. I think there's a really good job of capturing all the detail and the expression in this animal, which is great. I think if you wanted to elevate it, probably two things. One is the back of the chair is getting lost into the background a little bit, and I kind of want to see it. I want to see that dimensionality of the back of the chair, and I'm not really sure that I get having the two little legs stick out of the bottom of the frame. They're a different color. It's sort of, they keep attracting my eye down there, and I kind of wonder if they were made monochromatic or removed, if it would change the impact of the image. That's worth playing with.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have the next image, please? Are you all right, Craig, or do you want me to get... Otherwise, Richard can jump in for you. He's got zero sympathy. Richard's like, no. Oh, wow, Charlotte, you were super speedy. Glass of water delivered just like that. Okay, we're just waiting for the judges to enter their scores in. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Yeah, Craig? You're putting your hands up? Go for it. Yeah, all yours. Challenge away.
I'm at 86 on this one, and I just love the character and the personality here. I think that there's so much to enjoy in this dog's expression and their face. And they're kind of wet and bedraggled, but they're also kind of wearing the bow, so they're all kind of ready to be beautiful and all of that. And then they're not kind of sure. They're looking down, and the little teeth are really cute. And I think the black and white treatment has been done really nicely too. So for me, it's about the emotion in this one, and I think we should be rewarding that.
Thank you, Craig. I'm going to come to Emma now, please. Can we hear from you? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm on 74. I really enjoyed the expression. I was just confused by the softness of the grass, and even on the same plane as the dog, it just seems soft. So if you could just talk to that, Craig. But as far as the tones and the expression, it's beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Steve, your turn.
Thank you. I scored this 82. I'm in support, Craig. I just keep on seeing a hay bale, what haystack in the field with a face, and I just think that's really cool. I love the graphic nature of the back, almost black background and the foreground. But yeah, the character of the dog really shines through. It's just bedraggled, and they're trying to just literally put a bow on it. No, I think that's just so funny.
Thank you, Steve. Russell, oh, there's all the fingers. Russell and then Chris.
Just very quickly, I'll lift my score. I was a bit shy on it. It's sort of, dog's almost like a waterfall, really. It's so wet that it's almost reminds me of a trickling of water. So it's quite cool like that. It's a good little image.
Thank you. Chris, did you want to add something? Go for it.
Okay, one thing. This looks... All I see is a person who doesn't understand why her friends don't invite her for sleepovers. Beautiful emotion, beautiful capture. I don't understand the stripe along the bottom, which is out of focus in darker gray, and it pulls me down. That's it. I'm on 83. That's the only thing keeping me out.
Thank you, Chris. I think we've covered everyone now, so we'll go back to you, Craig, for a right of reply.
Okay, I'll address that grey strip first. That's the only reason why I'm out of gold. But I think that, the photographer has made a conscious decision here to try and keep us within that central strip. And then to address that plane of focus, Emma, look at how low the horizon is on the dog's body there. This person is right in the grass with a long lens and a shallow depth of field, and there are little bits of grass sticking up that are sharp. That's your plane of focus. And even though it is visually broken, I don't think that it's been broken by any editing or anything like that. So for me, that makes total sense. I think we should reward this cascading waterfall.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, can you please rescore? We have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Chris.
A gorgeous capture, and I really appreciate the sharpness exactly where you want it. That face is sharp, the eye is sharp, the beak is sharp, beautiful texture, excellent. And doing I'm not a bird person, but eating the stuff they're supposed to eat, yes, good. I think I would have gone higher if some of the information on the left of the frame had been cropped out. I don't think it's not needed for composition or weighting or balance or story. So just having a look at the crop to probably bring us in a little bit tighter or pull us out on the other side to put the animal more central in the frame would improve this.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Craig.
Congrats on your silver. I think these individually are all really well captured and well lit frames, and I think that there's nice beginnings of a story here. To take it higher, I think that central image, we don't have eye contact, and we really need eye contact in that central image. And then you've got the two with the bow tie on, and then the third one that doesn't, so there's a little bit of inconsistency there as well. So tighten all that up, and I think you could do really well with this kind of triptych.
Thank you, Craig. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score here of 77, a bronze award. Yes, I was just waiting. Yep, thank you. Sorry. Yes, Chris, you're going to challenge that one. Yes, I saw your arm.
Excellent.
It's just that Steve's head's really big in front of me.
Sit back,
There you
Steve.
go, Chris.
All right, I'm on 83, so I put this into silver, and I put it into silver because this is a motion capture, and like aside from the color palette that we're looking at is beautiful. The dog is sharp, beautifully sharp, and all that fur in the face is great. Like, yes, it's fading out of focus towards the back, which is fine because the bit that you want in focus is, and it's caught in motion, which I really love. I think the eye contact not with the camera is great because there is a target that this dog is going for. It's not a look at me portrait, it's a I am doing something portrait. So for me that, like, I appreciate the storytelling about having the eye contact being a bit further away. Let's have a chat and see if I can answer some questions.
Thank you, Chris. Can I hear from Steve, please? Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I scored this 71. I enjoyed the movement of the dog and its face. I was put off a bit by the foreground. I think timing, if it was another frame or two down the track, you would see more of the dog, you'd get more sense of it being in flight, and you wouldn't be distracted by that bush so much. And I also feel like there's a colour cast going through there that's sort of, in the rocks, it feels like it's making them all a bit unnatural in appearance.
Thank you, Steve Russell. And then I can see your arm, Craig. Thank you.
I don't want to sound like a bit of a sad sack here, but, you know, this is the animal category. I mean, getting them running and all this sort of carry on, just because they're sharp. I mean, that doesn't make it, you know, these silver awards, these are high awards that we're tossing around here a little bit. And I just think the intrusion of the plant on the right, it's running around the corner. Yes, the dog's sharp, but so it should be if you're going to capture a dog running at you. Otherwise, what's the point? And even pointing the camera at it. I mean, I gave it a bronze, an award for that ability, but to escalate it into silvers and et cetera, what is so silvery special about it? I think sometimes we're just being a little bit generous, personally.
Thank you, Russell. Craig, did you want to add anything, or are you?
Yeah, just really quickly, like, I really agree with the dog being obscured, and we're missing all the fun stuff because of that. But actually, just the point in the stride could be a little better as well. With that paw tucked over and the one outstretched, if we were just a fraction of a second later, it would be better point in the stride. Also, the highlights on the legs are getting a little hot for me. I was at 74.
Thank you, Craig. Back to you, Chris, for right of reply.
All right, thank you. The foreground object is the thing that bothers me the most about this image. If that wasn't there, I think this would be a lot easier to love. There is maybe the sense of photographers tucked behind it. Oh, surprise! The dog has come out. So maybe that's what they're trying to give us. It is definitely the thing that's kind of stopped me from going any higher from where I am. I don't really see a color cast there. I see a color toning that's been applied that feels natural and okay to me, as opposed to a color cast. So that doesn't feel bad to me at all. The highlights on the paws, yep, I think you're right. If it was just capturing a dog and freezing it in motion because it's running at you, sure. Well, it's not running at us, it's running over there. And it's not just motion, it's emotion. That face is having the best time. That dog is running towards its owner with a face of love. I don't just want technical precision in an image, I want to have emotion and feeling. And I think this dog is conveying that feeling to me, which is why I responded to it. Now I can see that I'm probably pushing it to get up to silver, but I'm glad we had the chat about it because there's good education here, and I'd love to reward the photographer with some extra points.
Thank you, Chris. Judges, please rescore. And we have remained on 77, a bronze award. Great chat. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you very much. We are going to have a quick judge change, and it's not a reflection on you, Steve, and the size of your head. No, it's only because you were just so close that I was like missing. Richard, would you be able to jump on for a little bit, please? Swap you around. No, it's not your big head. It's just when you leant forward. I couldn't see anyone. It's a poor position of the panel chairs. Okay. And can we have the next image, please?
Yeah, this is a nice capture of a horse that's sort of just looking off to the side. As far as any improvement, maybe just slightly more engaged expression. You're shooting in high sun, which is quite hard, but it's actually showing its coat. It's quite I imagine it's in foal possibly, and it's a little bit undernourished. So maybe this is a wild kaimanoa or something like that. So you've caught it in the wild. But nice composition, play around perhaps with different, with it moving, or move around the horse and see what you can get.
Awesome, thanks so much for that, Emma. Can we have the next image, please?
And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. And Craig, you're putting your hand up for a challenge there? Yeah,
Yeah, I would like to challenge this to get this into silvers. I'm at 83, and when I looked at it from a distance, and even at first when I was up close, I thought this was a cuttlefish and the tentacles kind of prodding around. And then it's not. It's one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles breakdancing. And I just think that the angle and the position of this animal is really weird, and I don't know why it's doing that, but I really think that it's absolutely fascinating, and I could spend ages just kind of dancing around looking at it, I think. And so I'm at 83, and I'd love to hear some more about it.
Thank you, Craig. I'm going to go to Richard now, please, on the other end.
I'm at 72. I can see how we can look at this and it looks like a turtle doing a cartwheel. But I think he's probably picking something off the bottom of the seabed. I don't know. I'm not finding it reflects the personality of a turtle. There's no elegance. There's no grace. We're seeing the underbelly. I'm not seeing the eye. I'm not seeing the face. And we're brought to the top with that brightness that could have been cropped out at the top. And for me, it's not in the awards level.
Thank you, Richard. Have we got anything else to add? Yeah, Russell, thank you. Oh, that
Sorry, Craig. To me, mate, it's just a fairly straightforward shot of a turtle feeding. Really, that's what it's doing. That's what it is.
Thank you, Russell. We're going back to Craig for right of reply.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice shot of a turtle feeding that we could interpret as breakdance at the same time, or crime fighting, as Chris just said. I completely agree with all of those points. That's why I'm not higher. We could have a crop here, definitely. But the moment is there. There's definitely an eye there. You can just see the side of it, and the beak there. So yeah, I'm at 83. I'd love to see a few more points if we can find it in our crime fighting hearts.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, please rescore. And we've remained on 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. And Craig's doing the jazz hand at me. The jazz hand. Where you go. Challenge away.
I'm at 84 on this. And at first look, I feel like it's a nicely crafted portrait. But this one makes me feel quite emotional. So I'm rewarding the emotion here. And what I'm seeing is the shape of an hourglass. And the dog looks like it's an older dog, and it's mostly in the lower half. And it just makes me feel how they're not with us for long enough. And so I really got the feels from this one. So I'm rewarding it for that. I'd love it to be a silver.
Thank you, Craig. Richard, I'm coming to you. Sorry, you've got a lolly in your mouth, but just swallow it quickly.
Craig's got an emotional and positive, and now I'm going to ruin it for him. But however...
I'm leaving.
And Craig, you're the dog expert, so you might correct me on this. When I looked at it, I saw this beautiful fall off through that shape. I saw the hourglass. I came to the dog. I saw the tail between the legs, the ears backed, and I believed I was looking at an animal that was possibly fearful of the photographer. Now, this could be admittedly a street dog or a homeless dog, but I just wanted to throw that out there, and I'm all ears to listen, and let's see how we go.
Thank you, Richard. Someone else in the middle there. Thank you, Russell.
I scored it in the low bronze for its design elements, but I don't force myself to read all these other things into it. It is what it is what it is. And the dog's very maudlin, which Richard has pointed out, for whatever reasons, I don't know. Because it is maudlin, it's hard for me to lift my spirits about it. I recognise the design elements, the tonality, the sympathetic sort of nature of all the colours in it. I get that. But the sharpness of the dog is, fighting with the out of focus, shallow depth of field structures that it's looking through. It either lives in a very grand house or it's been put in a place that's a little bit incongruous for what it is as a fast animal that should be running somewhere. But the sadness on it and the distraction of the elements either side of it don't lift it beyond that for me at all.
Okay, thank you, Russell. I think we've covered all that want. Okay, back to you, Craig, please.
I think it's really unfair to the entrant to say that when they were capturing this, they didn't have more emotion behind them than just putting the dog in this place. I think that they could well have been trying to achieve what I see in this and trying to put emotion into it. So I think it's definitely hit home with me. Richard, just to answer your questions about the kind of body language, it looks like it's a hound mix to me, and hound's default tail position is relaxed between their legs, so it looks like it's a relaxed tail, and it's also can be challenging to get hound's ears up, so I think we've got a pretty decent expression for a hound as well. So I get the feels from this. I think we should be scoring it in the 80s.
Thank you, Craig. Judges, can you please rescore? And we have a score of 79, and which puts us into the review. So turn around, Richard, because you are going to rescore this image, either a 79 or an 80. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, for the entrant? Thank you, Emma.
Congratulations on your silver. This is a gorgeous, it's when you go up to it, it's so gorgeous, just the hair and the eyelashes. I mean, usually you'd want to see the eye, but the eye is shut, and the eyelashes really are a bit of a feature. They're very long, and the nose, the detail's really nice. The only thing that seems to be just under the chin where the shadow is, it just seems to be losing a bit of detail, or a bit of it was obviously quite dark there, so just perhaps have another look at that. But the rest of it is gorgeous, and I love the tuft on the top of the hair and shot against a black background. Well done.
Thank you, Emma. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we'll just wait for. Oh, Russ, careful. Wipe out the tech now. Okay, we have a score of 71. Can I have a comment for the entrant, please? Thank you, Chris.
Great job capturing kind of the sharpness of the fur and the clarity of the face on this one. I think if you want to elevate it, two things to watch for. The background is competing, especially that bright spot just in front of the face, but also you can be really careful not to crop out hands. The hand at the top of the frame is been partially cropped out. So leaving that space so we don't lose any really critical parts of the body is very important.
Thank you, Chris. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, as we're nearing the end of the animal category, I just want to do a shout out to Rahira Creative, who is sponsoring the animal category this year. A lot of us will know Rachel Smith, who is the person behind Rahira Creative and does a lot of printing, is also our president, amazing human being, and she has sponsored this category. So we are very, very grateful to her for supporting us. Oh, we're going to give it a clap. There's a clap coming in. Oh, okay, cool. Right. Now I've got the final score in. We have a score of 73. And can we have a comment, please, for our entrance? Thank you, Craig.
I think there's some nice light and detail on the horse. I think that's been captured well. The masking of the horse onto the background needs a fair bit of work. To make this a bit more believable, especially around the finer hair detail. We've lost all of the whiskers and things around the nose and stuff there. So just a revisit on the edit really and refinement.
Thank you. Okay, now we've got a little challenge for us all because our next image has actually been removed. So judges, we're going to try and do what I've been instructed to do. When we go next image, please. It will come up with this, which is not an entry. Now I want you all to enter 0 in your computers, and we're going to try and see if this works. If it does not work, I want you to enter 50. And then Cindy's going to make some magic happen, and it'll all be amazing. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to put this through, and then we're going to go, when it accepts it, just make sure it has. Cool. Okay, so now we're just going to do a quick judge change. Craig, can you jump off, please? And Charlotte, can you jump on? I know there's only a couple more images, but we're just making sure everyone gets a fair turn, you know? Don't want anyone feeling like they're missing out, especially when an entry's been removed. Oh, yeah. Mr. Piggy on the end here is going to hand the lollies down. Okay, team, are we all logged in and we're ready to go? Can we have the next image, please? Thank you. Okay, one more score. And we have a score of 87, a silver with distinction. However, Richard is in the gold range, so I'm going to throw it over to you for the challenge. Take it away.
I saw this on the run through and I was really, really drawn to it immediately. Reminds me of dragon, Chinese dragon, or the never-ending story dragon. So much simplicity in the background. It's actually a really simple image, but then we've got this dynamic shape in the foreground, which is this dog. The way that those curves are being created and formed throughout that body to create this sleek, it is just so soft, beautiful lines, beautiful texture, beautiful detail. I haven't seen one like this before, and yeah, we've seen a lot of humour in today. We've awarded humour, we've awarded creativity. This one I would like to see awarded a gold for just pure beauty.
Thank you, Richard. Russell, I'm coming to you next for your perspective.
Yeah, I can jump 10 pretty easily, which I'll have to do.
Cool, okay. Don't let me snort on the microphone. Okay, Charlotte, can you go, please?
I thought I could just add a few more things to this one. I was on 88 for this, so a really solid silver with distinction. I think I might come up and join you in gold, Richard. This image has a lot of power in it. Just the shape of the dog, that beautiful sinuous curve of the dog. It's reflected in even the shapes of the trees or the bushes in the background. All that negative space for the energy to flow into in the image. The lovely gradient up from the bottom. Everything about it is really gorgeous. I'm definitely coming to gold.
Thank you, Charlotte. Have we got anyone else that wants to add something more? Otherwise, we go back to Richard for right of reply, please.
I've said everything I need to say, so I think, yeah, let's go for it.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? This is our final image for the animal category. Okay, one more score to come through. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, good innovation. You know, you're thinking differently. Good vision, well spotted. I love the way he's kind of like, it's like you've just started leaving the room. He's reached back and he's like, oh, mate, you get us a beer, mate, while you're up. It's new and different, and I can't actually pick it apart, but I think you've been rewarded for your innovation. Well done.
Thank you very much, Richard. And that brings us to the end of the animal category for the 2026 NZIPP Iris Awards. Thank you so much to our judging panel. You've all been amazing. Thank you to our print judges that are no longer here, but were awesome. Thank you to my assistant, Hayley, who's been incredible, and to everyone on the live stream and our sponsors and everyone else that's involved behind the scenes. You're all incredible, and go and have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow. Woo! Thanks, me. Over and out. Now, the finalist judges, you know who you are. Amber Griffin. Amber Griffin, we need you for finals judging. Richard, Russell, Steve, Jackie, Amber.